Hello and welcome everyone to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, March 31st, 2021. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department, part of the Public Teachings in English. My name's Rick Cremond, and I'm joined with a couple of hosts here, well, at least one, Mark, and some others, and we're ready to begin today's workshop here. So, I usually start off the proceedings by asking our audience if anyone has anything in particular they would like to present today. So, I'm asking if anybody would like to present something or bring up any particular topics. And I do note it is just after 7 a.m. in Central European time, Central European summer time, and as usual I do tend to get a very muted response to that question to begin these workshops. It's either early in the morning in European time or late at night in Canadian time. Well, one way or another, I'm going to carry on. So there's something that I'm going to bring up that I found quite interesting that I just ran into. So, let me put it on the screen and we'll have a look.
Is it KFTV International?
Nope, it's not a KFTV thing.
Good morning, good day to all. Perhaps we are talking later regarding the KFTV. I have a few questions regarding for many people, but maybe
sure
late after your. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, there we go. So I was just thinking I sometimes like to do random readings, random paragraph or page out of the Keshe patent, because I find every page in the patents, in spite of having over 100 pages in the one patent, and I'm not sure it's in this one, quite a few, each page has something special to reveal, I find. So I was kind of plodding through what's called the Microplasma Reactor, which is, I call it the second Keshe patent. The first one being the energy and gravitational reactor. So this is the one that looks kind of like a 9-volt battery, a smaller example of a reactor, and it can put out both AC and DC from its battery size in that incarnation. And then there's another example here that's also shown in this particular patent. And we can see the usual post in the middle and a spherical reactor and the different gases, hydrogen, helium, argon, and so on. And another example up here showing the magnetic field and some kind of particles or emission from this particular reactor, almost like a plasma globe. And all that's fine. So I was going through the patent and I noticed something here. In the patent citations, it's called. And the patent citations are when somebody else has a patent and they these are actually the citations are what Mr. Keshe would have cited in, or the what do you call it, the patent examiners will cite a patent that has similarities, or some aspect of it may have been already mentioned before, let's say. So this can be, there we have it here, cited by examiner is all of these ones. So they've all been, the examiner figured that these patents have something in common with the Keshe patent. And for one of the examples is the PAP patent, which is it's like it looks like an internal combustion engine, like a V8 engine, but he uses inert gas in the engine, and it doesn't use any fuel. And that there's a big story all behind that, and how the patent examiner was watching the engine running, and they had it all running, and then the examiner pulled one of the wires off because he thought they were cheating, and then the engine started overrunning and generating too much power, and they had to take a hammer to the engine to stop it or something like that, or it blew up. And I believe someone got killed out of that experiment because the examiner pulled the wire off at the wrong time. And in any case, that whole patent got a bad reputation, and basically we didn't hear anything of it after that. That was in 1980. But anyway, so these are patent citations, and then I was just scrolling down, and it's got a cited by, and there's 4 more patents. And what that means is it's well, in this case it actually says it's cited by the examiner. I don't know why they have 2 different categories. In any case, what I wanted to look at, I think these are the ones that come after the patent. That must be the way it is, because this patent was in 2005 when it was first, or 2007 it looks like for this one actually, when it was first filed, and then it was withdrawn. So, okay, let's go back here. So these patents came after this particular patent from Mr. Keshe. So they were cited, Mr. Keshe's patent was cited by these patents, or they were put in afterwards. In any case, it has a very close relationship. So I was wondering what Stanley Motors Incorporated is, and I'm still not sure what that's all about. So I opened it up, and I'm just starting to get into it here, and it's kind of interesting because, first of all, it's in French. It's Catalan Tutanaro. It's got worldwide applications: Great Britain, Australia, Chinese, Canada, US, Brazil, I think. So, okay, and it goes on here. Now I'll read the abstract, which I find quite interesting. It says, the present disclosure is an electrical power generating and storage unit configured to generate electricity using magnetic forces and gravitational forces. I was thinking, that sounds familiar. It goes on, the power generator can be scaled for various applications, including mobile and stationary power production. One example of the power generator includes nano-coated coils placed along the walls of a cylindrical housing around a centrally placed sphere containing a gel compound. The gel compound is produced by an electrochemical reaction between metals and a salt contained in a super solution. I thought, well, I think they're talking about GaNs and nano-coated copper coils. And, you know, a sphere of GaNs in the middle of these nano-coated coils. Oh, that's interesting. So, let me see how long this is. I just wanted to breeze through and see what we have here. It does go on for quite a bit. But it's definitely part of, I mean, he quotes in the citations of this patent, he quotes Bornholt, T. Bornholt, My First Maggraph, Keshe Foundation, Denmark, English Manual, 2015, version 1. And some other guy, Loris Harmloff, Breakthrough Mobile Clean External Constant Free Energy Technologies, which doesn't seem related to anything Keshe. And then the Car Maggrav Assembly and Install from October 2016. So I thought, wow, that's pretty big.
I thought you were going to tell us this is part of the cell phone battery backup system that Mr. Keshe says Nokia or Ericsson are very familiar with. But maybe this is not that.
No, I don't think so. I see. Well, let's see what it does talk about here. So it talks about electrical power generating system, as was already talked about. It mentions a cylindrical internal space with an outer coil, an inner coil, a sphere, which is interesting. So it's two coils plus the sphere, basically. This and the inner coil's nano-coated. And what else here? 14 to 18% salt, which is like 15% basically, and deionized water, or distilled water. And I'm just trying to see what makes it different.
It's straight correlated with book number 1 in chapter 26 or 25, I think, where it's talking about regarding eliminate the nuclear and steam for spinning the motor, for creating, for burning fuel, and etc. It's regarding this pattern. What if it's simulate the Earth and putting the coils around the Earth is the same thing with this pattern, no? Little battery with double core and coil. T-shape is this tube in the middle, no? The path where it's passing the flow of field. It's like moving in magnetic field. One coil, no? It's vice versa. Sorry, I add this for perhaps it helps.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean there. I think we probably have to get you to draw it out, Dan. talks about there's supposed to be some drawings here, but don't. Sometimes Google doesn't have the drawing with it. It's definitely all about the nano coating and copper oxide, and it just seems to get into just a whole bunch of detail about not too much here. Let's see if we can find some pictures.
Is the little battery with from size of 9 volts with inner coil, one here, and a little 2 magnets fields inside and coil surrounding. You have in top you have the picture of, but perhaps it's not that.
Top of what?
In top you have it. I search also.
No, it has to. I think it has to be in a different form or something. Let's see. There was a link here somewhere. Images. Try to look it up in a different way. Oops.
Yeah, it seemed like there were a lot of words that we use: magnetic, gravitational, the salt, the copper, superconductor, nano coating.
I'm wondering if it is a Keshe patent. I just put in the number that comes up with the Keshe reactor. I guess that's because it's cited in the, it doesn't come up with this patent. It comes up with the Keshe one when I search in Google, which is kind of, not just kind of odd, but really odd. I think Google would find their own patent that they actually, this is the, that's confusing. I'll show you what I'm going through here. This is the patent. I put the patent number in to Google, and it gives me the Keshe patent instead. That's bizarre.
15 1. This is 42 Microreactor is 15 1. This is 42.
I'm sorry, what are you saying, Dan?
I said it's a microreactor, no? This is 15A1. One first. Microreactor from Mr. Keshe. This is 42A1. Number of patent. Look, I annotate here.
So what are you trying to say? I put into Google, I searched for this patent, the electrical power generating unit that this guy Catalin has put in. I search in Google and it gives me the Keshe patent, and then nothing else from my search. Just because it's cited in the Keshe patent. Or somehow the Keshe patent cited in it or something. It's very strange. Maybe it's under this one. Let's try that. Nope. Well, in any case, here it is. It's somebody has basically patented a type of Keshe power reactor. Which I'm just a bit surprised. I'm trying to understand how this could happen.
But this is a micro reactor power generator.
No, that was the Keshe one, is the micro one. That's his second patent, which if we look here, that's the microplasma reactor. And it has this picture that we see here, and the other picture of it looking like a 9-volt battery. But the other one that this fellow has patented, what's his name? Catalin Tutinaru. It's we don't see how big it is. He mentions drawings, but there's no drawings included in this patent. That's why I wanted to look it up and find where the drawings were so we could have a better look at this. And then when I looked it up, Google was telling me it's the Keshe patent instead of referring to this patent. So I wonder if I'm on this page, copy the patent number, put it in the Google thing right above it. What does it give me? Goes right back to this page this time. Not if I search for it though. Well, that's a bit odd. But in any case, Stanley Motors. That's maybe I should ask Stanley if he filed it. Maybe somebody filed the patent to protect the Keshe patent. So it seems like this one's actually a published patent as opposed to a patent application. Well, it's still a bit of a mystery, but it's interesting. Nano-coated coils placed along the walls of a cylindrical housing around a centrally placed sphere containing a gel compound. Maybe this is the Keshe reactor. I just stumbled upon it. The one that's coming out in Linz even. Who knows? Well, in any case, any questions or comments about that, or shall we carry on?
Nano coating in the salinity water, no, in salt compound, it creates electricity. It's like a battery, Volta battery, no? Battery of water.
Yeah, true.
It's the same thing, but it's depending how you are looking. Right now, the salt battery, which means salt, water, and different metals, for me, it's not electrolyte or normal battery, like
galvanic.
Galvanic battery. Now, when it's nano coating, already looking like a creation of GANs source of energy, because this is supplying the nano coating. It's interesting how it's making this nano coating.
Well, we'd have to look into the description in the patent in more detail. Probably it does get into lots of detail about it.
Have inner coil, outer coil is zinc, and first plate, second plate is zinc. You have copper, you have zinc. From 105 more temperature, high temperature. Nitrogen oxide layer nano coating. The first nano coating is multi-layering of nano coating. You are passing. It's needed to read this. This is very interesting. Copper alloy is what Mr. Keshe is saying regarding the mixing the component, the zinc alloy.
Can someone read it for us, please? Good morning.
Good morning, Jalal. Yes, it's needed to read it from top to the bottom.
Oops, made it too big. Yeah, it's too long to read. It goes on and on and on and on here.
Please, Rick, a little bit part. I read it. I don't read it in English, but I try.
No, I can read part of it, but I don't want to read the whole thing. It's just
yes,
it's too much.
It's about the using of copper, how it's making nano coating, because it's reading with this temperature is making the layer. After it's making the other thing, it's using zinc, it's using copper. It's basically what we are doing already from so long.
Yeah, let's. I'd like to find a picture of it, but it'll take some searching, I guess. Okay, let's see, we can start. Alright, I can start up here. Okay, let me have a drink of water and
all these numbers are referring to a drawing where they say 57.
yeah, that's right. So that's why it would be really helpful to have a drawing. Yeah, just give me a second here. Let me do another search on this, because there must be this guy must have some drawings available easily. What's his name again? This is right there. Okay. Kathleen. Too narrow. Okay, interesting. Turns out that Caitlin is a freelance technology engineer. He has some other patents to his name, but he doesn't seem to be giving me the pictures. Let me see, here's another link. Maybe that'll be the correct one. No pictures there either. Well, we're gonna have to visualize it, I guess, because just not getting what I'd like out of this somehow. Just not getting the pictures.
This is only the description, or it's all PDF, all the patent of this Catalin Tunaro?
This is the full patent. It's got all the description in it. Just doesn't have any images. Sometimes the Google patents don't have images.
I see 14 to 18% of chloride, natrium chloride.
Yeah. Let me get down to the technical stuff. That's what we're interested here. So, okay, let's start out here. Okay, here we go. The power generator 11 is contained in a housing comprised of a bottom panel 43, a circumferential wall, and a top panel. Within the housing is a cylindrical inner wall 42, separating the interior of the housing into two spaces, an inner space and an outer space that is circumferentially located about the inner space. The power generator housing is preferably comprised of a non-conductive material. However, it could be comprised of a conductive material with a non-conductive coating or insulators to prevent undesired electrical connections. At the center of the inner space, mounted to the bottom panel, is a magnet configured to provide magnetic flux in the outer space. Magnetic fields can impact the drift and diffusion rate of ions in some embodiments. In some embodiments, the magnetic field guide and or accelerate the flow of ions. The magnet is preferably orientated so that the positive pole or south pole faces upward and the negative pole or north pole faces downward to provide the proper orientation for the magnetic flux. The magnet is preferably cylindrical in shape to provide an equal amount of magnetic flux within the housing at equal distances from the center. In some embodiments, a magnet of about 1.5 inches tall and about 2.5 inches in diameter is preferably used. In some embodiments, it can be preferable to mount the magnet about 0.5 to 1 inch above the bottom panel. While a cylindrical magnet has been disclosed, magnets of other shapes can be used if positioned to balance the magnetic flux. The magnet... Yes?
Rick, someone says in the chat they found the drawing apparently.
Oh, okay.
So maybe it'll save you a little bit of reading, or we'll go back and examine it closer.
Okay. So let's try it out here. Oh, great. Well, thank you, Ivan. Perfect. I don't know why this Google patent has it and the other one doesn't. But let's bring it up. Alright, let's have a quick look at these images here. Oh, okay. So, you can
I see
see...
directly the maggrav, the configuration of maggrav with the ball inside in the middle. This is for the first step.
Yeah, essentially you have a coil inside of another coil, and there's like 5 of them stacked up instead of 3, and there's no gap in between them, which is kind of different, and 3 balls stacked on top of each other. That's just a component layout. Here's the magnet he's been talking about. And that picture looks familiar.
Are we seeing the same screen you're seeing? Okay.
Possibly not.
In the right side, the bigger picture is the stacker coil, and between okay, is the classical maggrav.
Is it wired the same, Dan? Just checking that out.
Yes, it's inner. It's a magnetical coil, the gravitational coil, inner how to say, ring and outer ring. This is the picture of the one stacker of maggrav. Copy and resize from the patent. Figure 5. We are looking.
Yeah.
Is referring to other, but this picture, if I choose the color, I can prove our drawing of maggrav.
Yeah, I think it's been maybe modified to be the sort of the standard, what do you call it, patent drawing as such. But in any case, it's very, very close if it's not the same. Yep. And what else are you looking at here? Let's see. Oh, he did mention plasma capacitors, or some kind of capacitors in his description as well, and I believe that that's what that is. Okay, let's go back to our reading. Okay, it says in some embodiments the magnet comprises neodymium or an alloy thereof. In some embodiments, the magnet comprises neodymium, iron, and boron. In some embodiments, the magnet comprises neodymium, iron, and boron and has a magnetic induction greater than 1000 Gauss. In some embodiments, the magnets could be 5,000 and 15,000, etc. In some embodiments, the first plates are comprised of copper or an alloy thereof. 53. Let's see, where's 53 here? These plates must be in here. Need my glasses.
Figure 3.
Yeah, so that's like, he's got all these plates that are in a circle. It's like a number of plates here. Copper, and some embodiments, the second plates, 52. Okay, there's 53 there, and there's 52 beside it, and 52 beside it, and 53 on the other side. So they're just alternating copper and zinc plates, is what it is in this sphere. So you got, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of each. 6 copper, 6 zinc plates. So
51 is the magnet right in the center, the neodymium.
Yeah. And the plates are copper and zinc. They could be composed of other non-ferrous metals or an alloy thereof. In the outer space, 56. Where's 56? Ah, I see. So the inner space is that inner part around the magnet, and the outer space is where these plates are located. Alrighty. In the outer space is a series of equally spaced first plates and second plates that have been pre-treated with a nano coating and a gel solution. So they've been nano coated and has a GANS coating. Alright. The first plates and second plates are preferably first nano coated with an oxide layer. The oxide layer can be applied using a heat source. If the nano coating is applied with a heat source, a torch with a nozzle of about 1 inch to 1.5 inches is preferable. And talks about propane is an appropriate fuel source. However, care must be taken because the flame from a propane-fueled nozzle is greater than the melting point of zinc. The nano coating is preferably completed in atmospheric conditions to provide an adequate amount of oxygen and nitrogen to produce the nano coating. Nano coating is preferably applied by heat cycling the surface of the first plates and second plates multiple times. The surfaces may be heat cycled using a propane torch as few as 2 times, as many as 50 times. It is preferable to heat cycle each planar surface of the first plates and second plates between and including 5 times to 15 times. It is most preferable to heat cycle the surface of the first plates and second plates about 10 times. The heat cycling preferably heats the surface of the first plates when the first plates comprise copper to about 3300 to 3600 degrees Fahrenheit. Preferably heats the surface of the second plates when the second plates comprise zinc to about 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. The first plates and second plates preferably should be allowed to cool to room temperature after each heat cycle. Well, I'm not sure about those temperatures because zinc melts below 1500 degrees and copper melts below 3300 degrees as well. So anyway, that's what he's recommending. The nano coating process preferably applies an oxide layer of about 2 microns. The nano coating oxide layer on the first plates when comprising copper is preferably CuO. In some embodiments, the nano coating oxide layer on the first plates when comprising copper can be Cu2O, CuO2, or Cu2O3. The nano coating oxide layer on the second plates when comprising zinc is preferably ZnO. In some embodiments, the nano coating oxide layer can include compounds in addition to those listed above due to environmental contaminants or to make minor modifications to the nano coating within the inventive concept expressed herein. The gel compound is created by creating a super solution of deionized water and sodium chloride and suspending a first plate and a second plate within separate batches of the solution. Okay. In some embodiments, NaCl may be substituted with magnesium sulfate or other compounds with similar properties. The super solution can be a solution of about 11 to 21% NaCl by volume and 79 to 89% deionized water by volume. The super solution is preferably a solution of about 14 to 18% NaCl by volume and 82 to 86% deionized water by volume. The super solution is preferably created by stirring the solution about 2 to 3 times per day over a period of about 2 weeks. That's something new. I'll say it again. The super solution is preferably created by stirring the solution about 2 or 3 times per day over a period of about 2 weeks. The super solution generally becomes somewhat clear when the NaCl or magnesium sulfate is fully dissolved in the deionized water. Some embodiments use a super solution containing a concentration of magnesium sulfate of greater than about 5% magnesium sulfate by volume. The super solution can be created by dissolving the requisite volume of magnesium sulfate into the requisite volume of deionized water. When magnesium sulfate is used to create the super solution, it is preferably commercially pure to prevent contaminants in the gel compound. If an NaCl solution is used, NaCl is used in the solution, the type of NaCl used is preferably purified sea salt. However, other types of purified NaCl can perform adequately. Over a period of time, the super solution and plates 52 and 53 form a gel compound. A single first plate and second plate are preferably electrically connected to one another with an electrical conduit, such as a copper wire, and submerged in the super solution for a period of time. The electrical conduit connecting the first plate and second plate is preferably nano-coated in the method disclosed herein. The amount of time that the first plates and second plates must be submerged in the super solution to create the gel compound depends on the temperature of the solution and the concentration of NaCl or MgSO4 in the solution. The amount of time necessary is generally about 1 week to 4 weeks. plates are preferably placed in the super solution so that they are spaced away from the bottom of the container holding the super solution and extending partially above the surface of the super solution. For example, in an embodiment that uses first plates and second plates of about 5 inches by 7 inches by 0.06 inches, a container of about 12 inches wide by 8 inches wide by 7 inches deep and holding about 3.5 liters of the super solution would be ideal, allowing the plates to be spaced about 1 inch from the bottom of the container and extending about 1 inch above the surface of the super solution. Okay, over a period of time, a gel compound forms in the space around the first plates and second plates. The gel compound can be further purified to minimize contaminants through a washing process. The washing process can include removing the plates from the container, allowing the gel compound to fall to the bottom of the container, and then removing the super solution above the gel compound. Gel compound can then be transferred to a new container with fresh deionized water and the washing process repeated. In some embodiments, the washing process is repeated about 5 to 15 times to ensure the purity of the gel compound. It's preferable for the washing process to be repeated about 10 times to ensure the purity of the gel compound. Once the first plates and the second plates have been nano-coated and covered with the gel compound described above, they can be inserted into the outer space and fixed in position. First plates and the second plates are preferably orientated so that their planar direction is in the radial direction of the outer space so that the plates are an equal distance apart, measured on the inner wall or outer wall, and alternate in material. The first plates, 53, and 2 second plates, 52, are identified in Figure 2 to show their alternating configuration. Once positioned in the housing, the first plates and second plates are electrically connected to their adjacent plates at their base by a lower connection. First plates and second plates are also electrically connected to their adjacent plates by an electrical connection. Okay, let's see how much more does this go on. Where are we here? About. Okay, well, does somebody else want to continue reading? I am fading.
You know how you feel. Where are we starting again?
Yeah, let me make it bigger, and that might help.
Basically, is not what Mr. Keshe is saying when it's learning how to making from gas from deuterium, tritium, and hydrogen, put in the magnet for creating the gas of neutrons. You have here in this picture, you have one kit of gas, in influence of magnetic interference of magnetical plasma fields with the magnetical fields in the, let's say, matter state of the neodymium magnet.
Uh-huh. Yep. Okay, I think we're starting here. Would you like to go ahead, Mark?
Sure.
Thank
The
you.
first plates, 53, and second plates, 52, are also electrically connected to their adjacent plates by an upper connection, 58. While a lower connection, 54, and an upper connection, 58, are disclosed, they can optimally be replaced by a single electrical connection. The lower connections, 54, and upper connections, 58, preferably comprise a spiral palladium wire that has been nano-coated through a similar process as the first plates, 53, and second plates, 52. After the first plates, 53, and second plates, 52, have been fixed in the housing, the space between each pair of first plates and second plates is preferably filled with the gel compound. The outer wall preferably includes an opening or cutout in the area between each pair of first plates and second plates to allow the flow of atmospheric air into the power generator. Figure 3 is a side section view of the power generator showing the configuration of the lower connection wires. The first plates and second plates are also electrically connected to their adjacent plates at their top by an upper connection. One first plate and one second plate is preferably not connected to one another using a lower connection or upper connection. Rather, one first plate can be connected to one second plate on one side and a positive electrode on another side. And one second plate can be connected to one first plate on one side and a negative electrode on another side. The negative electrode can be connected to a system ground in some embodiments. The panel of the housing is preferably slightly conical in shape and convex so that the vertex of the cone faces down. The height of the cone is preferably 2 to 4 millimeters to move the base of the magnet below the base of the first plates and second plates. In one embodiment, the height of the cone is about 3 millimeters. In some embodiments, the height of the cone is about 0.5 millimeter to 10 millimeters. The first plates and second plates can be homogeneous thickness or a varied thickness to change the rate of the chemical reaction. The thickness of the gel compound is preferably about 1.5 times the thickness of the first plates or second plates on both planar surfaces. For instance, if the plate is 1 millimeter thick, the gel compound would preferably be 1.5 millimeters on each side of the plate, creating a plate and gel compound assembly that is 4 millimeters thick. In some embodiments, plates are about 1.4 millimeters thick. In other embodiments, the plates are about 5 millimeters thick. The thickness of the plates can be scaled depending on the anticipated power output requirements of the power generator. In some embodiments, the gel compound thickness on each planar surface of the plates is between 1.3 to 1.7 times the thickness of the plates. In other embodiments, the gel compound thickness on each planar surface of the plates is between 0.75 to 4 times the thickness of the plates. In the embodiment enclosed, or in the embodiment disclosed in figures 1 to 3, the power generator uses 6 first plates and 6 second plates. However, more or fewer plates can be, I just lost it. Okay. However, more or fewer plates can be used to adjust the rate of power generation and the expected lifespan of the power generator. In some embodiments, the first plates and second plates may be spaced as closely together as their closest distance, as 1/3 of the thickness of the gel compound. For example, if the gel compound is 2 millimeters, the plates can be placed 0.67 millimeters from an adjacent plate. Because of the circular configuration of the plates, the closest distance between the plates is measured near the inner wall. In some embodiments, the first plates and second plates may be spaced as closely together as 1/2 of the thickness of the gel compound. Each pair of first plates and second plates with a gel compound layer between them produces electrical energy. One first plate, when comprising copper, acts as a cation selective electrode, and one second plate, when comprising zinc, acts as an anion selective electrode. Since each pair of first plates and second plates are also electrically connected through a lower connection and an upper connection, an electrical current is produced along the lower connection and upper connection as the first plates and second plates shed ions to maintain their electroneutrality. Each pair of first plates and second plates is electrically connected to an adjacent pair of first plates and second plates to create a circuit in series that terminates at a positive electrode and a negative electrode. In some embodiments, it may be preferable to connect the pairs of first plates and second plates in parallel or a combination of series and parallel to achieve a desired voltage. In figures 4 and 5 is an alternative embodiment of a power generator comprising a series of coils and gel compound filled balls. In figure 4 is a side section view of the power generator sectioned vertically down the center of the power generator. The power generator can be constructed in a housing comprising a circumferential wall, a bottom panel, and a top panel, forming a substantially cylindrical housing. The circumferential wall in some embodiments can include a plurality of openings, and that can provide ventilation to the components inside the housing. The power generator comprises multiple sets of outer coils and inner coils lining the inner surface of the circumferential wall. The outer coils can be fixed at least partially along the inner surface of the circumferential wall. The coils, 171 and 172, preferably comprise an electrically conductive metallic material. The coils, and that's 171 and 172, are preferably a commercially pure copper wire, such as a united numb bearing system, grade to, sounds like a pure copper. The coils 171 and 172 and the power generator 111 are preferably nano-coated using the process described earlier and coated with a gel compound produced in the method disclosed herein. The coils 171 and 172 can be nano-coated by heat cycling the surface of the coils about 5 to 15 times to about 3,300 to 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. The coils 171 and 172 preferably should be allowed to cool to room temperature after each heat cycle. The nano coating process preferably applies to an oxide layer to the coils 171 and 172 of about 2 microns. The nano coating oxide layer on the coils is preferably CuO. In some embodiments, the nano coating oxide layer on the coils 171 and 172 can be Cu2O, CuO2, or Cu2O3. In some embodiments, the nano coating oxide layer can include compounds in addition to those listed above due to environmental contaminants or to make minor modifications to the nano coating within the inventive concept expressed herein. Once nano-coated, the coils 171 and 172 are preferably coated in the gel compound produced in the method disclosed herein and then allowed to dry. The gel compound 65 is the product of an electrochemical reaction between the metallic content of the plates 52 and 53 and the NaCl or magnesium sulfite of the super solution. The coils 171 and 172 are preferably coated in the gel compound 65 and dried 5 to 50 times. The coils 171 and 172, comprising a nano coating and a dry gel compound coating, are then configured along the inner surface of the circumferential wall so that the inner coil 172 is placed within the outer coil 171. The term within, as used herein, refers to the inner coil being substantially within an area defined by the wire of the outer coil. The coils 171 and 172 can comprise a wire wound in a coil shape so that the resulting coil shape defines a shape and volume. The inner coil 172 has a shape and volume that substantially fits within the shape and volume of the outer coil in some embodiments. At the center of the power generator 111 is at least one ball 166 containing a gel compound 165. The power generator 111 figure 4 has 3 balls 166 due to the number of coils 171 and 172. The balls 166 can comprise a plastic or polymers, natural or synthetic. In some embodiments, the gel compound 165 is the same as the gel compound 65 described herein. In some embodiments, the gel compound 165 is the product of an electrochemical reaction between the metal content of the plate 52 and 53 and NaCl of a super solution. In some embodiments, the gel compound 165 is the product of an electrical chemical reaction between the metallic content of plates 52 and 53 and magnesium sulfate of a super solution. Let me just take a sip of coffee. You're fine. Okay. You want me to continue? Fine. Yes, sure. The balls, are they seeing the picture at the same time? Because it looks on my screen, the picture's over on the right. But Okay. The balls 166 containing the gel compound 165 are not necessarily electrically connected to the coils 171 and 172, but instead they guide the magnetic flow and gravitational flow to generate electricity. In some embodiments, magnetic flow and gravitational flow originate from the Earth. The coils 171 and 172 are configured and wired according to Figure 5. When configured according to Figure 5, the magnetic flow moves in the directions indicated by the arrows 182, and the gravitational flow moves in the direction indicated by arrows 181. The coils 171 and 172 can be configured to have a positive electrode 159 and a negative electrode 155. The electrode polarities are exemplary and can be configured in the reverse of the embodiments presented. Magnetic and gravitational waves are collected by the power generator 111 due to the unique nano and gel coated coils 171, 172, exciting the coil windings. I think we call that the plasma flux. The gel 165 itself attracts in response to magnetic and gravitational waves. The nano and gel 165 coated coils are focused, attractor, and concentrator to generate electricity. In some respects, the power generator 111 acts simultaneously an antenna. In some respects, the power generator 111 acts simultaneously and as an antenna and as a static generator. When the power generator 111 is first assembled as disclosed herein, it can be configured to provide either AC or DC power and polarity. To start the power generation process, the power generator 111 must undergo an initiation process by passing an electrical current through the coils 171 and 172 and placing a load in line with the current to prevent damage to the coils 171 and 172. If an AC current is passed through the coils 171 and 172 with an AC load placed in line, the power generator 111 would be configured to produce AC power. The initiation process preferably lasts for a predetermined period of time where an electrical current is passed through the coils 171 and 172 with an electrical load placed in line, and for a predetermined period of time where the coils 171 and 172 power the electrical load without an outside electrical current source. In some embodiments, the electrical power can pass through a bank of supercapacitors between the coils 171 and 172 and the electrical load. Easier to read than understand. The power generator 111 disclosed herein can be sized to power, for example, a motor vehicle. In a motor vehicle application, it could be beneficial to use a power generator 111 with a power output of at least 2.0 kilowatts. The figures disclosed herein can be configured to build a power generator with a power output of 2 to 5 kilowatts. The figures disclosed herein can also be scaled to build a power generator with a power generator with the figures disclosed herein can also be scaled to build a power generator with a power generator with a power output of less than 2 kilowatts or more than 5 kilowatts. In figure 6 and 7 is supercapacity constructed with methods and components described herein. The supercapacitor, 280, comprises a core 281 and a separator 283 and a coil 282. The core 281 can be a heavy gauge electrically conductive metallic material, such as stranded copper wire, a copper rod, a metallic stranded wire, or a metallic rod. The coil 282 comprises an electrically conductive metallic material, such as a copper wire or a metallic wire. The core 281 and coil 282 are preferably a commercially pure copper wire, such as UNS grade C11,000 to C130,000. In some embodiments, the core 281 and coil 282 comprise wires, where the core has a wire gauge about 2 to 8 times a wire gauge of the coil 282. I hope this is making sense. The coil 281 and 282 are preferably nano-coated using the process described earlier. The core 281 and coil 282 can be nano-coated by heat cycling the surface of the core 281 and coil 282 about 5 to 15 times to about 3,300 to 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. The core and coil 282 preferably should be allowed to cool to room temperature after each heat cycle. The nano-coating process preferably applies an oxide layer to the core 281 and coil 282 of about 2 microns. The nano-coating oxide layer on the core 281, coil 282 is preferably copper oxide or CuO. In some embodiments, the nano-coating oxide layer on the core 281 and coil 282 can be Cu2O, CuO2, or Cu2O3. In some embodiments, the nano-coating oxide layer can include compounds in addition to those listed above due to environmental contaminants or to make minor modifications to the nano-coating within the inventive concept expressed herein. The separator 283 comprises a layer of paper and a layer. The separator 283 comprises a layer of paper and a layer of aluminum foil fixed to one another and rolled around the core 281. The separator 283 is created by coating the layer of paper and the layer of aluminum foil with the gel compound 65 on both sides and allowing the material to dry. That does certainly sound like a capacitor that we've made or been instructed to make. The gel compound 65, why don't we just call it GANS? The gel compound 65 is the product of an electrochemical reaction between the metallic content of the plates 52 and 53 and the NaCl or magnesium sulfate of the upper of the super solution. The layer of paper and the layer of aluminum foil are then coated with a titanate powder. The combined layer of paper and layer of aluminum are then rolled around the core 281 to form the separator 283. The supercapacitor 280 disclosed herein has the advantage of being much lighter and smaller than other supercapacitors known in the art. The supercapacitor pack 12 in figure 1 in some embodiments comprises one or more supercapacitors 280. While the power generators 11 and 111 have been disclosed and described as a standalone power generation and storage system, as well as part of an exemplary vehicle propulsion system 10. It can also be used to generate power for a fixed structure. The electrical power generator disclosed herein can also be adapted for use in power production plants, portable or non-portable generators, or scaled in size for a predetermined amount of power generation. I hope it's clear what I'm reading as it's relating to what you're looking at. Okay, well, sure. Is this where we are right here? What's on the screen? Or I think I stopped at the end of a sentence. Okay, there it is. What has been described is an electrical power generating and storage unit and an electrical power generating and storage unit incorporated in an exemplary system of vehicle propulsion. While this disclosure shows a power generator within a vehicle propulsion system, all or part of the disclosure is capable of being used in other applications. In this disclosure, there is shown and described only the preferred embodiments, but, as aforementioned, it is to be understood that the disclosure is capable of use in various other combinations and environments, and is capable of changes or modification within the scope of the inventive concept as expressed herein.
All right, excellent, Mark. You can take a breath.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. It does.
I mean, it's quite clear.
Dry.
Yeah, it is dry. It's quite clear to me. It's very simple apparatus. There's nothing very complex about it, really. It's essentially a battery, but it's a plasmatic battery is what he's trying to do. It's not just any old battery, and
battery and capacitor, correct?
Yeah, he's got both built into it. He's got all the MagRav principles basically. Seem to have borrowed everything quite well. I see that there's even more references at the end here to these documents that he's been leaning on.
Car MagRav.
Yeah, the car MagRav assembly and install. A YouTube video. And that manual, MagRav manual. Oh, it's in Instructables. Oh, I'll be darned. Let's have a look at that. Let's have a quick look at that. Something went astray. I want to search, I just want to put it in. Might not be a valid Instructables address.
What is an Instructable, if I may ask?
Instructables.com is the world's largest how-to place. It's actually quite useful, and we should make more use of it, probably.
Oh, a step-by-step?
Yeah, I've got about a dozen Instructables in Instructables.com. Well, just since you brought it up, let's have a quick look, just because people might be interested. So this is Instructables.com, and it's for makers. You make projects, anything from circuits to people do everything from gardening stuff. Here's how to make a log waterfall fountain, make a balsa free flight glider, all these projects and recipes and things for good living and all kinds of wacky inventions. It started out with more wacky stuff and people just trying to instruct people how to make things. So yeah, it's actually pretty cool. Let's see if I actually can log in still. And if we go to my Instructables, these are all the Instructables that I've made. So for Halloween I had baked devil's brain in blood sauce, which is actually a cauliflower, which when you bake a cauliflower it looks almost exactly like a human brain, which was kind of fun. And then I've got a homopolar motor. I've got my Tesla Tornado Christmas tree, which is a giant vortex. My spooky Tesla Spirit radio, which people have heard about quite a few times in the plasma group here. My recycled off-grid Tesla CD turbine power boost blender.
I like the next one.
Create a beautiful vortex. That one?
No, the one with the battery, with your coil going around it, the permanent. The next one next to the Tesla CD, to the right.
Oh, this one here?
No, down on the second column.
Oh,
I think you
here.
showed this. Next one over to the right. That one. I think
This
you
one.
showed this in this group before.
The homopolar motor with the 5-speed manual stick shift, you mean?
I don't think you showed it that way. I thought it was something else. Okay.
That's
No, this is the first time I've been on this page. I didn't even know you were on here.
and then these hearts are on fire, which is another example of the homopolar motor thing. Then I did sync science with the Tesla CD turbine. This is a turbine that's a disc turbine. It's got about, I think it's 20 discs inside, a CD disc, and it runs off of faucet water pressure. And it's like a Tesla turbine. It is a Tesla turbine. Tesla, his greatest invention that most people don't even know about was his disc turbine. He thought it was going to replace all the heat engines of the world. He was convinced. And of course it didn't, and he was kind of bummed because it was his favorite of all of his inventions. And he produced a beautiful twin 200 horsepower Tesla turbine on his 50th birthday, and it was virtually ignored after that. But I took Tesla's turbine and improved it by removing the shaft, removing the bearings, and removing the seals in the inside of it. So all you got is a bunch of discs that rotate with no shaft, no seals, and no bearings, which is kind of interesting. But when you put magnets in between the discs, then you have a rotating magnetic field, and that was my claim to fame. And this picture here, you can see, no, you can't see. It has there's a magnetic coupler that sits on top of the turbine. Maybe I can just make it bigger this way. Yeah, that works. And you can see the picture over, whoops, I shouldn't click on the picture. You can see the picture on the right here. It's got a magnetic coupler that sits on the top. It's got 6 big neodymium magnets sandwiched between 2 CD discs. And that just sits on the top of the plastic case where the magnets, you can see the magnets inside the plastic case that are glued on top of all these discs that rotate inside of the, it's actually a CD case. So there's CDs all glued together with magnets in between the CDs that rotate inside of the CD disc container. So it's kind of funky, but it all works through water pressure, and it'll work through air pressure as well. And it's really a fun thing, and I made that leads to the next one here, which is the Tesla CD turbine with the scary steampunk laser pumpkin cutter attachment, namely a skill saw blade that I magnetically attached. I just basically glued a blade onto this contraption over here, and it's magnetically coupled to the CD turbine, which runs under air pressure. And I did actually make a video of me cutting a pumpkin for Halloween with this thing, and it was really scary. It's all held together by hot glue, crazy glue, magnets, and that's about it. Some CDs and plastic and steel parts, brass parts, and it's just all glued together. And it worked. It actually worked enough to prove the point. And I made an instructable how to build this turbine as well. But my most popular instructable by far is the spooky Tesla Spirit Radio. It's got 724,000 views on it. And that's pretty big for instructables. And it still keeps getting, I still keep getting emails from people about that, even though it was over 10 years ago. So yeah, anyway, that's instructables. For me, for other people, they have different experiences. There's thousands of people on that channel. Like I say, it's the largest how-to channel where people describe. I should show how it goes. Like if I open the Spooky Tesla Spirit Radio here, for example, I can write about it with hot links to different things. I put in some Tesla links and other links in there. Then I put in a video showing how it works, and another video of another part of it, another video, another video. Then there's a parts list and a schematic diagram on the parts where you can get the parts and so on. It makes it really easy for people to, I mean, we should be doing this with the GANs making kit and the various things that we do with making GANSs and doing other projects. So I show how to make the cover and how to drill the things and mount the components. It's all on a step-by-step basis. Here's step 4, prepare the coil. Step 5, step 6, make the Tesla spiral antenna. And step 7, make the peculiar Tesla football antenna. This has a good story to it that I'll digress a little bit into here, which is relevant. I'll just read it here. This coil was one of Tesla's later designs and is said to have spooky anti-gravity effects when pumped with the correct frequencies and voltages. I won't be working in that high power range with this unpowered crystal radio. However, I thought it was pretty cool to make something that looks and is designed the same as the Tesla football coil, it was called. People called it football later. He called it a twin cone coil. It was 2 cones put bottom to bottom, basically, as you can see in the image. And Tesla said that it had special properties, special anti-gravity properties. So if you look at it and turn that coil sideways, so the poles are up and down instead of sideways, it looks exactly like the Utron in the what's his name? The neutron saucer, the power source for the saucer,
That John
Otis,
worked with?
Otis Carr,
Yeah.
Otis Carr.
Otis T. Carr?
Yes. Yeah, he built this saucer, and it had these neutron spinning double cone shaped things that were on the outer parts of the saucer. I think there was like 6 or 8 of them, maybe 4. And these would spin, and I think the whole thing rotated while these spun, and it produced some kind of special anti-gravity effects. But the one Tesla was working with was on a horizontal, similar to this one, and it had the heavy coil of wire around it as the similar to, there's a heavy coil of wire around a normal Tesla coil that's a tall cylinder of fine wire, and there'll be some heavy wire at the bottom. In fact, in Tesla's coils, Tesla's big Tesla coils, he had really big wire around the bottom, like several inches thick wire, and it weighed several hundred pounds. And that's how he would wind his coils. He didn't count the number of winds of the fine wire on the big cone. He would just weigh it. So they would weigh equally the heavy bottom wire and then the thin upper wire on the cylinder. They would weigh equal or in some ratio, and that way he would have the frequencies, the ratio of the frequencies works out correctly.
Is this the one where Ralph Ring described the story about going into that unit and then they went downfield?
Yeah, exactly. Took a trip and maybe didn't even leave the farm. They're not sure if they actually, well, they have physicality evidence that they took a trip.
Yep.
They kind of passed out or went into a trance or something and weren't sure what actually happened during that time period. They had sort of a blackout.
And the confirmation was they retrieved something downfield and then brought it back.
Yeah, some
piece of wood or a stick
rocks or stick or something. Yeah. So anyways, there's all these different steps that I put into it and things you could do with it to test it and detect lightning and predict storms and disembodied spirit voices and make sound with the light of a candle and the light of the sun and create freaky music and do kind of strange things with it. You could tell colors on the screen of my iMac, this little crystal radio. Could actually discern between green, black, yellow, blue, and you could flash these colors and you could hear the different tones that it would make. So I could even I even talked into this glass. There's no microphone. I talked into the container of this crystal radio and was able to hear or record my voice, which is pretty weird. I could record the sounds of my modem, which sounds just like a woodpecker going tut 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 tut, about 10 hertz. I could bring a screensaver and make it come to life with sound, because the crystal radio could pick up the light off the screen of the iMac. So it was a lot of fun to experiment with that and put together the Instructable, and I see here I won second prize in the Halloween contest for Instructables. And I forget now what I won. It was something funky. was it? Oh, a kilowatt. That tells you how much your wattage is of your maggraph, for example. And I got some t-shirts and patches and stickers and a subscription to the Pro subscription and so on. Anyway, Instructables is a lot of fun. They have all kinds of contests you can enter, and you can meet people and do projects together and so on. And it would be an excellent format for the plasma technology to show people. And it ends up being more or less a permanent installation that they can access, sort of like the KF Wikipedia, you could say. Only it's actually much easier to use in terms of projects like this, because you can hot link to things and put in videos, and it's easy to do all the editing when you make your Instructable. They make it easy to do. You don't have to be a tech whiz in order to put together a nice Instructable. Alrighty, so we get a little bit off track there, but I just want to show you a bit of my history, and for anybody that wants to go there, you can go and follow Mr. Fix-It Rick at Instructables.com. It's Mr. Fix-It Rick, all one word. Okay, dokie, where were we here? We should get back to
Did you indicate you might be returning to the lab at some point as well?
Well, yep, that's what I'm gearing up for here. I was just, in fact, talking with Guy today, and Guy used to be my running mate in the lab here, my lab helper and fellow experimenter, and we had some really great ideas together, and we just clicked in terms of inspiring each other and so on. So it was good talking with him today. He started getting excited about a project, and we were describing how to put it together and so on. And you know, we're looking for basically the generation of power and lift, the holy grail of the ultimate reactor, you know, basic showing of the interaction of the fields of to generate power and to generate lift, preferably from the same apparatus.
Did Tesla actually use the word anti-gravity?
Nope, I don't think he ever. I don't think that was. I don't think that even got termed until the 1950s, so far as I know. But Tesla did have a flying machine that he worked on for basically his whole life, and it's not well known. But if you read what's his name again? Hang on a second. I should know about this stuff. Yeah, everybody should really know about this, and it should be required reading in the book list. It's called Pentagon Aliens. Pentagon Aliens, from William Lynn, L-Y-N-E. William Lynn. Bill Lynn. Just died last year. And this book came out in 1993, 1995, and it was the third edition, 1999. It's been re-edited. And he had another book called Occult Ether Physics, Tesla's Hidden Space Propulsion System, and the Conspiracy to Conceal It. That's the title of the book. I'll give you that to you again. That's quite a mouthful. Occult Ether Physics, Tesla's Hidden Space Propulsion System, and the Conspiracy to Conceal It. William Lynn, L-Y-N-E. So, what his claim is, and he backs it up with a lot of documentation, is basically that when World War II ended, the Nazis were brought over to North America through Operation Paperclip, especially the engineers and scientists. And part of their program was on a hidden space propulsion system, and they were working on, well, what we call anti-gravity, but working with changing gravity, let's say. And that they were using part of what Tesla had already invented. And he was, Tesla said he was using 5 of his inventions for his flying machine. And his flying machine had no wings and no ailerons, that's the little flaps on the wings, and no propeller and no airbags. It wasn't, helium or hot air or anything like that. And yet it had, in a wind, it would maintain its position. So I'm thinking positive positioning. This is exactly what positive positioning is. It's not affected by the wind. It's not a propeller beating against the wind or a helicopter blade beating against the wind or something else. A bag of helium or hot air or hydrogen. It's just in the wind. It's almost it's uncontrollable. It's lots of accidents have happened because of that. So, but with Tesla, he described it as not having those issues, positive positioning. He said he could fly out the window of his New York apartment with a device that was about the size of a stove. And of course the stoves were kind of big back then, not like a little tiny little stove, but something you could almost sit in, let's say, or sit on. And so this kind of gives you the idea. So 5 of his inventions, and we know for sure the Tesla turbine was one of them, because it was the lightest and most efficient machine at the time to transfer energy. And it could also run on virtually any fuel. So Tesla had his Tesla turbine, twin 200 horsepower counter-rotating turbine, so 400 horsepower. But what was it running? No propeller. What do you need 400 horsepower for if you got no propeller? Give up? Well, it was to drive basically an alternator, a generator type system, high voltage, high amperage alternator, which would be his second invention. He invented the alternating electric current and the alternator and alternating motors and generators and so on and so forth, long list of them. So he's got his special, beautiful Tesla turbine, and it's running an alternator, which generates power into his special coils, which are, he's got another invention that's part of this, because he mentioned that this device, that it's like, it's held in a virtual, what do you call it? Helix of air, I think he called it. like basically a toroid that was so, it was like a steel wire. It was so tight. And part of what he was experimenting on, part of what he was able to make with was his so-called death ray. And Tesla had what's called a death ray, which is essentially a particle beam. It's like a laser that can cut through the atmosphere, but also create its own magnetic field due to its design. So you have essentially a current that creates a magnetic field around itself, and due to the ionization of the air that's going on, you have an ionic plasma that gets wound up, it gets spinning, and it becomes like a rope, a virtual rope. So you've got a rope into the heavens with this particle beam, you could say. And through the other alleviation of the gravity through the other systems that he was running, like that football coil that I was just showing, then bingo, he's like you say, they put together 5 of his inventions. He didn't specify them, he didn't show exactly what he did mention his turbine as being part of that whole arrangement. But he didn't, he kept most of his ideas secret about that, because he realized how important it was, you know, to introduce something like that would be earth-shattering back in those times compared to, I mean, we would have avoided all of the jet technology, all of the airplane technology with fuels. We would be done with all the fuel technology, with that kind of technology. So, so there's a lot to that, and William Lynn really spells it out. He details the connections, and that the Nazis basically had Tesla's ideas. They were experimenting with them at the end of World War II. Tesla died basically at the beginning of the First World War, and he never got to see the rapid increase in technology after the war. And so what Tesla did apparently was he split his particle beam, his death ray particle beam, and gave it to 5 countries of the world, knowing that they would be forced to work with each other in order to develop the technology, because he gave each of them a part of the plan, basically. So I believe they were Germany, Russia, the US, Canada was one of them, and there's one other country, I can't remember now, France or some other big country, can't remember offhand. And so after the war, we find these countries actually did work with each other and formed alliances and peace and that kind of thing, at least for a period of time. Probably till they figured out the death ray and figured out for themselves, and then they didn't need the other countries anymore.
Just to let you know, KFTV has joined us.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, I'm not sure if broadcasting, I think they have to be with the microphone open in order to actually broadcast. Okay, so where the heck were we here? We're on Tesla's hidden space propulsion system and the conspiracy to conceal it. And that's quite interesting. Bill Lynn's the only person I know of that's really explained all of that out and has done a lot of research into that whole phenomenon. So it's something that you can discover if you like to get into that part of things to kind of flesh out your education. Meanwhile, we have gone all around the circle and have back to this patent. We came to the end of it, and I'd like to find out more from Jedi from his comments in the chat here. He found the Canadian patent first of all, and I brought that up. Let me have a look at that again here. So it's the same patent, it's just that the patent was also by Catalin Tutunaru. The applicant is Stanley Motors. I'm really wondering if Mr. Keshe knows anything about this. And apparently now, I believe this is a patent application, not an actual patent so far as I know. It appears that, I could be wrong, it does have a patent number here. It's got an application number and it doesn't have an actual patent number. It has all this class numbers that we see here. Okay, so that would make sense. Jedi says, as of the US version in legal events reads 2020-03-16. So March 16th, about a year ago, 2020, almost exactly a year ago, information on status, application discontinuation, free format text, final rejection mailed. So it sounds like the patent application was rejected last year, which would have been 2 years after this, after the filing date of this, or 1 year, depending on which of these patent applications. So it appears that the patent was not granted. And it got rejected. I'm not sure where that info is. Maybe it's put into the link here. See, here it has pending still in the document, but perhaps they sent the rejection notice Can you give us any more info on that, Jedi, or? He may not be able to speak right now. Well, quite a mystery. It's very interesting. And we do see at the very top, when we go to this guy's electrical power generating unit, and we read the abstract and so on, the gel compound, and Mark read all the stuff on it. In the patent citations in this version, the Canadian version, that might be one of the later ones, I think it is, it's got at the top of the patent citations, Mayran Keshe Tavakoli. for the microplasma reactor. So this is what the examiner has cited as being similar or close to, or maybe even too close to Mr. Keshe's examples. So he's got that at the top of the list as in the most priority date, the earliest priority date of all of these citations. So Mr. Keshe's patent application, that original one of 2005, is the prime one that's at the base of all these, or came before the other patents that are mentioned that are similar or have some connection. It's also quite a long list of what's called similar documents, which might be interesting to have a look at as well. There's different kinds of batteries and generators. Hydrogen generators, etc. Okay, well, that's about all I can extract from that right now. Is there any comments or questions? There was one other thing, however. Let's have a look at... This is patents by the inventor Catalin Tutunaro. Catalin Tutunaro has filed for patents to protect the following inventions. The list includes patent applications that are pending as well as patents that have already been granted. So that electrical power generating unit is at the top here, filed in February 2019, and it was just published. Look at that, 4 days ago. So just because it's published doesn't mean it's published an actual patent. As far as I know, he has all the details of the patent application here, except no pictures.
But I thought it was rejected because it was too close of to Mr. Keshe's work.
It would seem like that would be a valid reason, yes. So this guy has other patents, fiber reinforced polymeric compositions. Doesn't seem to be related to the Keshe technology. He has another, oh, this is interesting, another patent. This actually has a patent number, this one. A date of patent October 27th, 2020, just last year. Again, filed in February 2019. Oh, is it the same one? Yeah. So, I don't know, I'm a little confused here, but Patent number, grant, file, date of patent, patent publication number. Stanley Motors Inc., Scarborough. In any case, he's got some other patents too. A vertical axis wind turbine, a football helmet to reduce the occurrence of concussions, a magnesium and beta alumina current collector. Now that would be commonly called a plasma battery, I think. A battery cell with the magnesium and beta alumina current collector, aluminum foil perhaps, includes a magnesium core with a beta aluminum covering and bare magnesium collectors. Two-chamber using a compound of salt containing iodine per gram and iron, zinc, copper, nickel, silver. Well, in any case, it's a salt type battery. Another generator. More protective headgear. Football helmet. Adjustable electric motor. Another electric motor. So on. So, anyway, there we go. That's all I can extract from that. You have an idea who it is and what happened. I think that's quite fascinating, though. Alright, anything else about that, or shall we move on? Alright, back to the present here. And it's time for me to ask once again, does anybody have anything they would like to show or ask about, tell about, otherwise interact with at this point in time?
Hello, Rick. Hello, everybody. It's Salomea here.
Hi, Salome.
I'd like to ask all of you what could be a difference between the reactor made by Tesla and our Magrav and our reactors from Plasma Science Technology, because Mr. Keshe said that Tesla made for physicality and Mr. Keshe made for plasma reality, not from reality of physicality. Maybe it will be interesting to see which are the difference and which are the common aspects of this propulsion, for example, if we can do it, or if not, maybe we can ask Mr. Keshe tomorrow or other time. What do you think about this idea?
Well, Mr. Keshe doesn't study any of Tesla's stuff, so you can't ask him about what Tesla's reactor was, because Tesla didn't have a reactor really to start with. He didn't talk about having a reactor, didn't describe a reactor. But he did have lots of ways of creating fields. He wasn't about just physicality in terms of mechanical things. He created fields. That's what he did. That's what his electric motor was. It created magnetic fields and was able to turn a motor without having the physicality problems of brushes and other mechanical parts that wear out. He invented a motor that didn't require the brushes and mechanical contact, working just with fields. That was his big claim to fame. In fact, the new Tesla cars use the same basic design as Tesla had for their motors. And they're the fastest vehicles in the world, quickest vehicles in the world, production vehicles. But there's definitely things in common with what we study with the positive positioning and the effect of fields and the interaction of fields. And I mean, Tesla had so many things that worked off of fields. He had a solar panel that would collect power from the sun back, 130 years ago. And it probably is more effective than the solar panels we have today. But unfortunately, his lab burned down, and right around the time he invented that solar panel, was about to unveil it, and that was the end of that type of discovery for him. He may have stepped on some toes by inventing the solar panel, let's say. So yeah, it was the interaction of the fields that is always the important factor. And if you look at some of the inventions of Tesla, for example, his famous Tesla coil that could transfer energy from one coil to another. You can, have a coil on the other side of the room and light a light bulb up with it from the power generated from another coil on the other side of the room. And the way Tesla, his plans were that the light would light up on the other side of the world from his generating tower. And he had it partially built before the funding was pulled from that endeavor. So is it physicality when you can light a light bulb on the other side of the world? Depends how you look at it, I guess. But definitely there's more, what would you say, more emphasis on physical type processes. Even for his Wardenclyffe generating tower, this huge tower with a big ball on top that was supposed to power things from a distance. Even that didn't run on free energy. There's no free energy for it. He had to use diesel generators to generate the power to produce the electricity in order to generate these enormous powers over distances. Anyway, what else can we say about that?
And about propulsion, Mr. Keshe also has fly instruments, but he didn't teach us yet. So I think that we can't compare because he didn't teach.
Oh yeah, he taught us. He
yes?
taught all about. Sure,
yes.
He's taught how to create the fields from day one. That's what we were learning in the Keshe Plasma Reactor group, how to create power and lift. That's all the first meetings were about. They weren't talking about stuff like we talk about now and go on and on and on about philosophy. We were talking about how to create the reactor for power and lift. And all the details have already been laid out. It's in the patent. It's described in all the first workshops. It's described in the technology for peace series and so on and so forth. It's not all that difficult, but you have to be serious and get into it and either go with the gas reactor or possibly with GANSs, but probably not with the GANSs that we've been using so far, or at least not in the way we've been using them. It takes stronger effects to, we have the example of Mr. Keshe's reactors, what was it, 2015? Or before that, I guess it was, showing the reduction in weight and the famous 129 Tesla, where knowledge seekers around the world were watching the meter kept would indicate pulses of magnetic fields, and it would go up to 20 Tesla, and we go, wow, it's all the way up to 20 Tesla, and then there'd be another peak up to 42 or something, and we'd be watching, and every so often there'd be another peak, and sometimes it would peak in the opposite direction, in other words, the opposite charge or opposite polarity, and then it would peak again in the same way, and eventually we got a 129 Tesla as the final peak before the experiment was basically dismantled. But Mr. Keshe was showing lift. That video is available. It's on the archive somewhere. And he explained, how to do it. He shows the reactors from time to time. The Iranian reactor that he experimented with. That's the one that had the, showed the lift or reduction in, or lift or reduction in weight. So
how we can reduce the weight? What is a process? If I'd like to understand this, because this is all about, I think.
Well, it's about creating the fields. It's about creating that. It's like creating the oasis where we use, GANSs to create this oasis effect, sort of a bubble in the environment. Well, you can imagine creating a really strong gravitational magnetic bubble in the environment where your fields keep building stronger and stronger and stronger to the point, and you're controlling them because you know how the geometry works and how the fields work, and perhaps you can feel the fields, referring to Mr. Keshe at least, and know what to do, how to control things, and you wait and you're patient and you let the fields build, and bingo, you get to have certain effects. It may take radioactive materials in order to create strong enough fields. That's one way to do it. Perhaps it's the only way. It's possible. Mr. Keshe has been talking about that again lately, the radioactive materials. Go ahead.
25th chapter for book 1, and 8 lessons for flying in 160 and something. Salomea, 2 weeks ago we are making.
Yes, thank you very much, but it wasn't clear. That's why I am asking. Thank you. And what about levitation of some lama? What could be an explanation? Maybe Jedi can help, or I don't know. Using our own reactors from our body.
It's always the same deal. It's always the same basic interactions, creating the fields. How much is your soul? How much is your soul stuck to the planet? Is it under the effects of gravity and magnetism in the same way?
And it isn't getting lift just a matter of matching the gravitational field of the Earth, and therefore they'll repel.
Yep, basically. And if you consider a little snowball full of antimatter or a snowball full of neutrons is dense enough to weigh like more than the entire Earth. So you can imagine if he could create in a small rotating reactor these fields that continue to build up and build up and create the perhaps creating the matter, antimatter, dark matter kind of trilogy, and keeping them separate so you can work with them.
So when you say Tesla, Rick, I don't understand what 1 Tesla would be. Is it 1,000 watts, or is it related to?
No, a Tesla is a unit of magnetism. It's a magnetic field. So it's in Gauss. I believe it's 10,000 Gauss per Tesla. Let me look that up. It says kind of a strange figure, but I don't know why they didn't just settle on 1,000.
And Gauss was another scientist, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, 1 Gauss corresponds to 10 to the minus 4 Tesla. So, so a Tesla is 10,000 Gauss, which is equal to 1 Maxwell per square centimeter. So magnets are usually rated in Gauss, for example, like 1,000 Gauss or 3,000 Gauss or whatever. It's called magnetic flux density. The B, you know, the B that Mr. Keshe talks about sometimes, the magnetic field B. The B is the magnetic flux density in Gauss.
And I know between the coils, for example, the inner and outer on the magrev, he's trying to, or on the plasma battery, he mentioned this term plasma flux. You're trying to achieve a plasma flux. And he was talking about winding the coil opposite of each other or in the same, but seeming to think you'll get results both ways, but a better result if they're wound in the same direction. You'll have a stronger plasma flux.
Okay, yeah. Well, no, that gets more difficult as far as measuring goes, and of course there's, depending what kind of plasma you're talking about, there's many ways of measuring. I was just talking with Guy about the Sapphire project, which we've discussed here before, SAFIRE, which is, to me, the pretty much the closest thing to the Keshe reactor that's going on right now in the world. Maybe let's have a look at it now that I put it that way. It's probably important we have a look at it. I was just looking at Tesla here, the magnetic Tesla. But let's have a look at the Sapphire project briefly and what's happening with that recently that's important. There we go. So this is the website for the Sapphire project. It says the Sapphire Plasma Reactor, replicating the atmosphere of the sun in a laboratory on Earth. So that was their mission, basically, was to replicate the sun on Earth. And they wanted to prove the electric universe concept. And to see if they could duplicate the theories of the electric universe, which is that electricity is the prime force in the universe, and so on and so forth. It's a newer theory that's superseding the gravitational theory for why the suns and stars are formed and that sort of thing from gravity. Instead, they're saying it's from electrical forces. So they did this project. They have a let's see if we can see some pictures or something here. I don't want to show the video. Shows some good stuff. Well, this is what their lab looks like. I see. They're just putting. It's a slideshow of they're putting their lab together. They have dozens of different sensors in their chamber. They have a big reactor chamber. This is part of their systems. That's their chamber. That's their vacuum chamber there came in the back of a huge truck. And gets totally evacuated. This is some of their first work, just using a bell jar, which reminds me of some of the first work that Guy and I played around with. That's a picture from inside their vacuum chamber of their anode, which is a ball. They have a... Let's get into some of the more... Oh, they don't show it here. Okay. There's their anode. That's about the right size. It's 12 centimeters. Well, that's 12 centimeters is what, about 6 inches, so it's bigger than, at least on my screen, that's bigger than 12 centimeters. That's what it looked like before they fired up their chamber. And once they fired it up and put some relatively high voltage, not really high voltage, I think only a couple thousand volts they were using inside the chamber on the anode, and we got some really remarkable effects. They got changes in chemistry, they got transmutation of elements, they got excess power generation, and they have gravity effects, all from their chamber. So this is pretty big news. This is what their anode looks like when it's under power. It has all these little bumps that form on the surface, plasma bumps, you could say. And these rings, these double-layered plasma rings, which are common in a plasma type scenario. You'll have these multi-layered rings. We've seen that in just playing around with a regular plasma ball. You can measure these rings with an instrument, and you can the power goes up and down as you go through these rings, and you can measure that. Pretty elementary. Here's a better picture of it. So what they determined that really freaked them out was that you've got the anode here in the middle. That's the solid, that's the physicality, that white part in the middle. And it's basically a metal sphere that gets, they put a bunch of amps in it and some voltage, and it starts to glow because it's in a vacuum condition inside this chamber. Now here's the very weird anomaly that they discovered. They put a special high temperature tungsten probe in to probe the temperatures, the temperature gauge basically, to probe the temperature of their plasma. And so as they were pushing the probe in close to the anode, close to this glowing center anode thing here that's under power, they melted their tungsten electrode, and it cost them thousands of dollars. It's a custom-made tungsten electrode and so on for this special application. They melted it, and they realized something strange is going on, because when they took the temperature of the inner parts close to the anode, as you can see, it's 1,000 degrees Kelvin. That's pretty hot. But as you go out in these layers, it's 3 million degrees Kelvin. And then in the outer part, it's down to 500 again. So what they discovered was there was anomalies in the temperature, big anomalies, enough to just instantly melt their favorite high temperature probe, which wasn't supposed to melt. It wasn't supposed to be possible under this kind of voltage condition according to their calculations. So they knew they were onto something when they discovered that. And it goes on and describes how it's similar to the way the sun operates and so on. And what they also discovered is they were creating new materials on the surface of their globe, and they discovered like titanium and other elements that should not have been in the chamber at all. They weren't part of their equipment, and showed some crystallization of their tungsten electrode here and so on. So all these different anomalies have been discovered in the last 3 or 4 years since this project has started, the Sapphire project. And you can click on the videos. They're very interesting, actually. And they use basically the same gases as Mr. Keshe used in his original patent, the hydrogen, the helium, neon, argon, and other noble gases. And they talk about using the deuterium and tritium as well, and how they can get excess energy out, and how they started a new company in order to just market that part of the project of getting the energy out. Similar to what we saw in that patent that we were reading about, but they have the Sapphire guys have their own way of doing it. This is all the things they can measure. They've got optical spectroscopy, mass spectroscopy, Langmuir probe measurements. That's for the temperature plasma voltage control, plasma current control, infrared plasma measurements, ultraviolet light measurements, radio frequency measurement, and data acquisition, EMI, EMF, and EM measurements, scanning, electron microscopy, materials testing, optical microscopy, polarimetry, high-resolution video and still capture, all these different data acquisition controls, gas pressure, vacuum control, 3D probes, and synchronization of all this data in real time, so they can look up on their graphs and see everything happening in real time, and change all their different criteria in real time as well, which is also important. And they mention all their production capabilities, all the different types of plasma. They can slow the speed of light inside this thing, produce atomic hydrogen, free protons, different confinement of ions, and just basically creating new materials and new effects through this this wonderful science. So what they've done is they've been experimenters in the last few years. Now they've started to go commercial with it, and they do have there's a company in Canada. These guys are all Canadian, actually, or at least they worked in Canada. And they've started a new company to create clean energy and for heating and for remediation of nuclear waste. This is the other thing that Mr. Keshe was talking about, that this kind of reactor can do, because it's not based on radioactive components to start with. It's using the hydrogen and helium and so on. It doesn't generate radioactive byproducts. That's the great thing about the energy that's generated from this type of reactor. However, it can remediate nuclear waste. It can accelerate the nuclear process, basically, and convert the nuclear radiation into or the nuclear waste into something that's easier to handle and can give useful energy out of it. So, as they mentioned, the clean energy production, the heating, and the remediation of nuclear waste, each market in itself represents $1 trillion industry over the next 10 years. And so this is what they're trying to get into. This is really one of the biggest holy grails of the next 10 years, is clean energy production, heating, and remediation of nuclear waste. If you can do that all with one product, one device, that's pretty darn good. So that's a little bit about the Sapphire project. People can check it out. This company is called Aureon, A-U-R-E-O-N, that is the Canadian company. Aureon.ca is the offshoot of the Sapphire project for commercialization of it. And Sapphire project is just at Sapphire Project, S-A-F-I-R-E project.com. And they've got a lot of information there, and it leads to the other site, and there's half a dozen videos there. Each of them are pretty mind-blowing and show reactors and show the actual process and describes the process, how it works, and so on and so forth. And virtually all of it is what Mr. Keshe has already described. And this, to me, is the state-of-the-art best that I've seen on the planet so far, at least that's exposed to the public. People that are actually doing something with the plasma technology and creating all the things that we talk about. New materials, from transmutation of the materials, actually creating a new element from nothing or next to nothing through hydrogen atoms and just adding them on through a fusion type process, and creating lots of excess energy. They talk about somewhere around somewhere between 5,000 and 1,000,000 to 1 increase in energy over unity energy increase they talk about, which is really good. And this is basically the competition for the Keshe power reactor. And if it doesn't come out soon, then these other reactors will, and it'll supersede the Keshe reactor if it doesn't get off the ground. But at least the Keshe reactor has made a real dent in the world and has gotten people. It may have inspired these guys. One of these guys may have been inspired by the Keshe patent and said, you know, this really makes sense to me. Let's combine it with the electric universe idea and try to create it in the lab and see what happens. They took a big chance and had huge results. Pardon me?
I was thinking the exact same thing. They could have heard or read or been inspired by the Keshe technology.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, that other guy that wrote the patent was extremely entwined there somewhere or another. I haven't heard of his name before, but he obviously knew about the technology and followed it enough to understand most of it as far as the relation to the MagRav device. And
when Mr. Keshe started teaching the governments, he said they were working on it in the background furiously.
Yeah. So, I mean, there have been this kind of technology has been around for a while. I mean, even William Lynn in his Pentagon Aliens book that I mentioned, and the other book called Occult Ether Physics, he's got a picture of he talks about and has a picture of a hydrogen reactor. And that is the core of his picture of his spaceship that he shows, his version of the Tesla spaceship. I'm not sure. I think it's his version rather than Tesla involved with the plasma. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The plasma or hydrogen furnace, Mr. Lin calls it, has special properties and can generate over unity power. It's basically a vacuum conditioned hydrogen gas furnace, and it produces power and heat. And he says also would produce the anomalous lift effect too. He talks about the ether tubes, that the idea with the ether is all pervasive through space, and it's kind of like a sea of electrons, you might say, or a sea of energy packets, tiny little energy packets, all right in front of our noses, and we don't notice it because it's invisible to us, generally speaking. We don't interact with the ether. But it's possible with high charged fields to warp the ether, basically. And when you warp the ether, you get gravitational effects. And you can have what's called tubes of force. That's what William Lynn talks about. So you have tubes going in and tubes going out of your vehicle, sort of like magnetic field lines. He calls them tubes of force that go through the vehicle, through the saucer or whatever. And these tubes of force are what propel you along when you connect with them with your reactor.
What was the name of the Lynn's book again?
One of them is called Occult Ether Physics, E-T-H-E-R, Ether, Occult Ether Physics. And the subtitle for that is Tesla's Hidden Space Propulsion System and the Conspiracy to Conceal It. That's a thinner book. The thicker book is Pentagon Aliens.
That's the one that reminded me of the book Stranger at the Pentagon.
Actually,
go ahead.
He has it says underneath the title, formerly Space Aliens from the Pentagon. You said
Right.
Stranger from the Pentagon. What's that one?
Yeah, that was Valiant Thor, who apparently purported himself to be a Venusian, who lived and worked at the Pentagon for a couple of years or 3 years, and I never read the book or anything. I just sort of heard about it. But I don't know what his whole mission was, but they had a couple of pictures of him. Whether that was real or just a created story. But it was very interesting. Stranger at the Pentagon.
Yep. Well, Lynn says the whole space program has been hidden, and it's been going since the 1940s, basically. And that was the whole impetus behind the Operation Paperclip and getting all the German scientists together over here and working at Los Alamos and the secret places in the desert and the U.S. and so on. They were working on electromagnetics and electrogravitics, I think you would call it.
But were they working with people off-planet as well, or beings from off-planet?
Well, there is that rumor, and it's hard to say whether the rumor is that way to kind of cover up for what they were actually doing, or whether they actually did have an agreement, let's say, and we're doing a transfer of technology in exchange for transfer of DNA and other such things. So,
I mean, we're sort of in a similar situation, aren't we? Working with someone off-planet?
well, that's the thing. Are we working with someone off-planet, or is that the rumor? Is it true? It all depends on your point of view, I would say. Because some would say it's true, some would say it's not, and who are we really? Are we earthlings? Did we really come from the earth? Are all the atoms from your body from the earth? Not really. They're actually created in stars, so we're actually all star beings. All the hydrogens were created in stars. It's we weren't created on the earth. We're just recycling the parts from the earth. They weren't created here.
With Carrie Cassidy, who's a friend of the foundation, Mr. Keshe says, in that interview she did with Mr. Keshe, she said 1/3 of the people on this planet are not from here.
Yeah.
They've just taken on the clothes of a man.
Yeah. So that could very well be.
Tesla was not from here also, as far I understood. He was from a Romanian background, Romanian from ex-Yugoslavia, and his father was a priest, Orthodox priest. I don't know if it was from mother or from father's side, from a Romanian background, because the name is Nicola Tesla. Tesla is a Romanian name.
Yeah, I think it was Serbian.
Serbian, but from a Romanian speaking community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I went to to visit the museum in ex-Yugoslavia because I study Serbo-Croat. My stepfather, he was Romanian speaking from Yugoslavia, stepfather, not my real father. And he encouraged me to study this language. And in this way, I heard about Tesla and I went to visit the museum there. I didn't get so accurate information about Tesla, but I heard that he went in India and he studied about prana and about Vedas and Vedanta. And since then time he changed his mind and he had a lot of revelations about ether. I mean, ether is this prana, what we call prana in Hindi philosophy and religion.
And it's what we call plasma. It's what we call plasma, right?
Yes, and we call plasma, yes, it is.
And that's the life force?
Yes, it's key energy of the universe in Reiki, Qi in China tradition. Yes, yes, of course. So it's related. Tesla is very much related with Mr. Keshe research with plasma, but is another name for prana and yeah.
Yeah, and so. one of Tesla's unknown inventions, because he didn't patent it deliberately, was a medical device. It was a medical device that he didn't patent because he wanted everybody to use it. And he didn't want any one particular company to dominate and to take claim the patent for it. So he invented it and made it public, and therefore no one could patent it, which was his violet ray wand. His violet ray wand, I think it's called. Anybody know about that?
Yes, I am using this. I use, excuse me. Yes, I don't know if you know Mr. Ignatenko. He's a general. He worked in nuclear. He was used by Russian Federation working in Chernobyl nuclear power plant. And I was his student. And he used a device for medical utilization, and after one section of utilizing this device, I mean this device is based on longitudinal frequency on static fields. It's not other kind of fields. All the analysis of people were very well, including mine. I went to the doctor and I analyzed my blood, and all tests were lovely. I was amazed. And I was able to procreate, I look younger and younger, but now I'm not utilizing anymore because I don't have the link with this mister. In my opinion, maybe it will be good to put in contact with Mr. Keshe. He speaks Russian, but he always has somebody which can interpret for him. And excuse me, somebody before me was was talking, and I interrupt him. Excuse me for it.
No, I was just saying I've never heard of this purple wand, or how did you refer to it, Rick?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it on you should be able to find it on eBay. See, I don't know if Tesla works on it.
Well, I was always impressed when I've never really watched Star Trek much, but the few times I have, when the person went to sick bay, he just laid on a bed and the doctor would just wave the wand a couple times over the body and the guy would get up and, feeling better, doc. Thanks. And so that was field transfer technology that they were showing you.
So this is an example. It's maybe not the best example, but basically it's this device, this white thing you see here, and it has these attachments that go in. Now the attachments actually glow in the dark like this. They are argon and other gases that glow under a high voltage field. So this thing is basically a little Tesla coil, and the Tesla coil activates the gases inside of this these closed ends. These are not open on the end. They're closed at both ends. They have a gas inside. They're like a little tube of gas. And they have different shapes for different parts of your body, both inside and outside. So these devices, this is sort of a modern version. The original Tesla ones looked very, very similar, but they were funkier looking with the old style kind of the way they looked and so on. So it mentions here how it works, and it can stimulate it. It basically kills germs. It's an electrical antibiotic, they say. It's also ozone therapy, increases the oxygen, and so on. It stimulates and helps in many ways. So you get that glow in the dark effect. So
anything
anyway,
about pain? Is it like a pain pen?
Yeah, very much so. It's a sort of an equalizer, and you can see all the benefits here, from reduces wrinkles and puffiness, detoxifies, heals injuries up to 60% faster, and so on and so forth. And basically all these things can be proven. That's why the AMA banned the violet ray wands back in the 1950s, I think it was. And basically took all of the companies that made them to court and shut them down. You can imagine something that could do all these things. Devitalizes pathogens, mold, yeast, fungus, bacteria, viruses, parasites. I mean, that the UV rays coming off, that's what we use now for coronavirus. You see these little ultraviolet, what do you call it, like to sterilize, ultraviolet sterilizers. And you put your eyeglasses inside, or you put your handkerchief or whatever, and close the lid, and the light comes on, and it sterilizes. Well, this is very much similar. It doesn't put out heavy UV rays. I think some of the earlier models probably did, and that might have been why they got banned. It's possible.
What are they asking for something like this?
$170 for this one. And if you're lucky, I don't know if you can now. You used to be able to get the original, actual violet wand, like a real one, but they may have sort of banned them or something here. And some of them have become just, they have made them into sex toys as well, so you can imagine that most of these are actually more of a handheld massager than a violet wand. There just happen to be a violet color, that's why they show up here. Let's see if I can get a word antique, maybe.
And don't forget to visit the Keshe website on Amazon as well while we're here.
Yeah, I'd like to show something that's on the site there now.
So, ultraviolet is too much alkalinic, is gravitational. This is the explanation. And alkalinity for the body, just it's a miracle, because if you are acidic, if you are magnetic, you are ill. But if you use your soul high frequencies like ultraviolet, you can make the balance in your body and alkalinize. Sorry for my English.
Yeah, I have
Yes,
trouble with that
you
one
understand.
too.
Yeah, your body. This is my understanding.
Well, it looks like they've basically scrubbed the eBay of the Violet Wand original. Oh, there's a vintage one. Maybe that's the key word. Nope. Looks like they've completely eliminated them. They made them illegal or unavailable or something. They used to be all kinds of them for sale and fairly cheap, the original ones. I can't believe it. See, they have other ones that are the modern ones. But what they call vintage is like 10, 20 years old. And these other ones were out in the 1930s and that kind of thing.
And
well, that's unfortunate. That's the end. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Huh. There you go.
If I am allowed, Rick, I would like to add something about what Jedi teach us, that we can obtain the same effect utilizing sounds. The relation between the energy and sound, to have the same ultraviolet frequency utilizing sound and, I mean, music. What do you think about this?
Well, can sound and music do that full list of things that we were looking at before? Perhaps. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure the Violet Wand can.
Yeah.
It's just different techniques. There's there's always alternate ways of doing things. Let's see.
What is vibration? What is light? What is everything? It's energy. It's
right.
It's one range of this. If someone looking in the chat, thank you, Salomea, and thank you with perhaps it's better to debate also this problem, because many people have this problem. Thank you.
Sorry, the problem of what again? Can you define that better?
When you fill the form regarding the material, video, testimonial, because many people in many groups, it's afraid to sign the, let's say, authorization because it's not understanding properly what it means. When I confirm, I give my authorization from utilize my name, my image, my piece of video, right of copywriter, or how to say it's too called. Because many people, when you see saying the Keshe Foundation business, their business, or my work, is not properly understanding. It's better to talk in, perhaps not now, but in one plant, one nation, one race, I raise again this problem, because many people have this problem. Afraid to sign this agreement, so authorization for utilize the work.
You might want to refer to what Dan put in the chat, Rick.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through it here.
Okay.
It's only one piece of the text, not the entire text. For searching one form.
All right, some people have problems with it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, many people,
Right.
not some.
Then don't let them put any pictures or any music on, because they'll just want to come back later and say, "This is mine, and I want money for it." And just don't let them even participate. If they're not willing to give, then don't let them participate. They have to be willing to give everything, not just to give in order to get back later when they can say, "That's my copyright and I want money for it." Because that's not okay.
Problem.
That's not part of what we're doing here.
This is the problem. It's not understanding better this concept.
Okay, well, what's the problem with it? What is it that people want to hang on to that they're not willing to give up? Images or music or video, or what is it that they don't want to sign for, don't want to sign over?
The form, how is made this authorization is not find the sample or who cover everything for protect the foundation, for protect to who is giving the accord, because it's not very well understanding. It's losing in the translation. If you reading all the paper, it raises some question. And
well, it's basically the Keshe Foundation can use your image and your work for whatever purpose they want to, period. Okay, that's it.
Is that the talent release form or some sort of release form, Dan? Dan?
Yeah, it's I guess that's what you call it, right? It's the release for a creative work or for copyright release, basically. But it's the same thing for.
And that goes for everyone, from cameramen to producers to people in the background, as I understand. You need to release your permissions.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's could be, like you said, recourse later on.
Yep. It goes out 500,000 times, and someone says, "I want 50 cents for, or I want $1 for every time that image was used." And all of a sudden, the Keshe Foundation has to come up with $500,000 to pay some idiot because he says, and his lawyers say, "This is my image, and I didn't give permission for it, and you guys used it, so now I want money for it." No, that's not going to happen. Definitely not going to happen. So you just sign. This is common. This is for everywhere you go. That's where you are engaged with giving over your creative work. That's part of the Creative Commons. Is very similar. You essentially you give over your work to the public to do whatever they want with it, as long as it doesn't reflect badly back on you, or you're not allowed to use it for illegal purposes and to blackmail someone or whatever. You can't do it for nasty stuff, but you can use it for any. You use that image for commercial purposes, for private purposes, and so on and so forth, according to various agreements. And usually the Creative Commons is very loose that way. Sometimes they want to mention their name basically in your description or something as a. Most of the time they don't even want that in Creative Commons. So, but this is beyond Creative Commons. This is just authorization for everything. And the Keshe Foundation has to put in all the ifs and buts to cover themselves in different ways, whether it's artwork or a photograph of my artwork, a video or an audio recording or other likeness of artwork together with etc., etc. So they can use your image for promotions.
This is what every television or whatever uses, as I understand. Betty in the chat wants to know if it could be modified. You mean to only cover 99%?
How would you modify? What is it that's a sticking point, or what is it that people are having problems with it?
I don't know.
Well, let's find out. Is there anything?
One example. I
Yeah.
give one example. No? I agree. No, I agree with this thing because I give my work aparte to utilize from foundation or when it's not important TV or for public. Okay, from my side it's okay, but this is the problem because the person thinks that somebody else utilize this in other purpose. For example, I will put my picture close to the, I don't know, child in bad position, or how to explain. I agree for utilize everybody my picture from my side, you are covered, but one person, if you utilize my picture in the inappropriate way, let's say, this is the fear of the people.
Well, you're still covered in that case. People can't just take your picture and use it in an inappropriate way where it degrades you or otherwise. There's full legal repercussion for that. If the Keshe Foundation takes your picture and puts it up and says something bad about you, you have just as much a right as anyone else to claim something about that. That goes above and beyond. That's an illegal act. And that gets.
I don't think it's not the Keshe Foundation. I don't think they're worried about. But if somebody has a video with their picture on it, someone else could nefariously take that picture and put it somewhere else. But then you would have a legal claim, not against Keshe Foundation or the TV, but against the person that isolated and cut out your picture and put it where it didn't belong. Let's say. That to me, that would make a case.
Well, that's nothing to do with the Keshe Foundation, really.
Correct.
That's
correct. You released it, the Keshe Foundation.
Well, it's
anyone else? Yeah.
If someone takes, a picture out of our workshops and does something illegal with it, then that's their business. We have full repercussions to take legal action against them. So that's if anyone gives their picture or whatever and it's used in a nasty way, then they have the full repercussions legally to do something about it. Just because someone has the permission to use a picture does not mean they can abuse your picture. It's to use it legally, not to use it illegally. Does that make sense?
That is not clear, Rick.
Not clear? Okay, so...
Not in the document. I would like to add something to what Balisdan said. What happens is that there is too much wording. For example, if you read the document, you will realize that it is not, all the wording is confusing. And there are no rights whatever for the person who will be donating.
That's right, exactly. That's exactly right. They have no rights other than if something illegal is done with their picture, they have full legal rights to deal with it.
Yes, but that is not stated. That is not stated unless something illegal. That is not included in the document.
Well, it's never included in the document because that's not something that that's not the business of the Keshe Foundation. That's not under the auspices of the Keshe. It has nothing to do with the Keshe Foundation. They aren't using the picture that way. If somebody else steals the picture off the internet, there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, you can take legal action about it, but you can't blame the Keshe Foundation for that. You can't blame any company. If someone takes your picture off of Facebook and abuses it, you can't blame Facebook. You can't blame Facebook for that. They're just putting it on the internet the way you wanted it. And
Rick,
Facebook doesn't say that they can't. They can't be blamed for people taking your picture off of Facebook and doing something with it. It's not part of their business.
We know that. But have you read the document?
That's in front of us here that Dan has put in the chat. Yes, I've read it about 10 times now, yes.
Okay. Just in the first paragraph, what does it say after the Keshe Foundation?
It's all one paragraph. It says, I permit and authorize. Well, you can read it. I mean, what do you mean? What does it say in the first paragraph?
Sorry,
it's all one paragraph. Pardon me?
Is she referring to the talent release that Neil?
Maybe there's more to it. I'm only looking at part of it here. I see there's a ... after the end, so I don't know where the original document is right now.
I cannot find it either.
I have it in the car. I can go get it. And we can read it. But it should be right in the, somewhere in Telegram. Neil had released that, which was a standard one that he had used in the television.
Okay.
There. For example, it says, I permit, I'm sorry, I cannot read.
Just trying to look at the files.
If you all read it, you will find that the wording must be changed, made it easier, more understandable. It is not a matter of not wanting to give. Everybody is ready to give to the Keshe Foundation, but not to the business.
Not to the business.
Of the TV. Of the TV or whoever is the owner of the TV.
Okay, then don't have anything to do with Keshe TV then, because that's what it's all about. This is a business. This is a TV station, and you got to play by the rules of the TV station. And when you have material that you broadcast in TV, it must be your material. It must not be copyrighted material that you are broadcasting. And that has to be spelled out, that it's your material, not somebody else's material. And that you have given your full permission to fully use it in any which way the Keshe Foundation feels they want to use it. I don't see what the problem is with that.
If it said clearly that the Keshe Foundation, but it says the licensees, and it talks about the business.
It says
Why not
sticking the Keshe Foundation, hereinafter called the business. That is the Keshe Foundation's name. Sticking the Keshe Foundation is the Keshe Foundation. So it's I permit and authorize the Keshe Foundation, the business, and that's it. You are authorizing the Keshe Foundation.
For us is not, Rick, for us, the Keshe Foundation is not a business.
Then you're not looking at it correctly in this case. You're not looking at it correctly in this case. It is a business of operating a TV station. That is a business. It's not a freebie thing. It's not all free. Think the Keshe Foundation doesn't pay? Sure they pay for it.
Of course. Of course.
Okay, it's a business. They expect to get a return out of this business. They're going to be having advertising, selling advertising, and that'll be a big part of it. And it's to pay so that people can buy the TV equipment that we need and microphones and all the other stuff, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff required for the groups to continue their work. It doesn't come out of out of the sky. It doesn't come from Mr. Keshe this time. It's coming from the business of the Keshe Foundation's TV. And you will give to that business the same as you give to the Keshe Foundation. It's a business too. It's a non-profit corporation. designed to, increase the knowledge of the plasma technology and so on and so forth. It is definitely a business. It requires, tens of thousands of dollars a month to operate the Keshe Foundation. You think it operates on nothing, just on volunteers? No. It requires thousands of dollars just to maintain the private teaching.
Rick, Dean had put something in the chat. Sorry, I missed you, Dean. I was just involved in the conversation here with the release and what they were discussing. But Dean is here and wanted to test something regarding the KF television.
Hi, Mark. Can you hear me? I'm on an old device. I don't know if you can hear me through this device because it's not my phone.
Yep, we hear you pretty clear.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm in the studio at the moment I've been listening to the conversation about this, all the rights to the TV station and everything. It's exactly as Rick has just described. It is, there's a lot of equipment here that have all been purchased to run the studio so that we can then broadcast across the world and explain and teach this knowledge to the inhabitants of the planet. So yes, there is a cost involved. There is a cost, and there are issues that we have with running an organization that is trying to deliver everything, but there are costs involved and there are implications with copyright and these sort of issues. On a personal level, if you are a creator, you can give that a right for anybody to use that right. That is entirely up to you as a person, as an entity. You can also, if you wish, you can put conditions on it. But then as soon as you put conditions on it, obviously then the organization itself will look at it and maybe not have time to deal with those issues or those statements of intent that you may want to change so that we can use it in a certain way. But we can certainly look into it. It's open. That the foundation is very, very open as an organization. We literally just want to bring plasma to the world and to show it on this TV station. So if you feel that you would like to contribute and give freely, then we accept and we will use your content diligently and to our best of our abilities. We'd never do anything wrong. Outside of when we broadcast, then that on a third-party basis, we are in the hands of what the third party does. So that is their decision on how they use the content. There is a wonderful misconception as a photographer for many years. Content has always been an issue. As soon as the internet was born, people that didn't realize about content just thought that anything on any site was free game and you could use it as your own content yourself. Creative people have been having these issues online for many, many years, where we would produce something. Most people think creatives are, let's say, a musician or a photographer, an artist of any description. Some people I get the distinct feeling that they think that some of these services are not worthy of payment to a certain amount. As we know, this is, when it's someone's livelihood and they put a lot of effort into it, it's no different to somebody working in a bank or working in any other industry. It's exactly the same and it's their livelihood. So we understand that there is costs involved and people use this to have an income. So the copyright issues are extensive, and there are many laws and copyright you can look into. Many of them. I don't want to. I think I've gone into.
Yeah, if you didn't have a full release, if you had a television station or any business and you start throwing images up, you're going to be sued out of business very soon.
Precisely. That's exactly it. So that's what I was coming around to, Mark, is we need the copyright release is to release so that we can broadcast the images. If you do not want to broadcast your images or your content, your videos, then don't put it forward. It's very simple. The organization is here to assist humanity, to assist everybody, and to bring this plasma knowledge for everybody, to the family. It's unconditional. It's a free given thing. But as I've described earlier on, there are costs involved on this TV station. And I have been involved in seeing the amount of equipment and all that's been purchased and being used to be able to broadcast. And it is extensive, very extensive. And it's ongoing. And then you have to put on top of that all the other costs like any other business does. And so the copyright is, we need copyright release so we can use the materials to spread this freely to everybody. That is the whole point. And we welcome experiences and positive contributions from people who want to help themselves, their families, and humanity to bring this beautiful knowledge forward that has been given freely, literally, and it is still being given freely. Everything that most of us do within the plasma has been given to us by Mr. Keshe. Without Mr. Keshe and bringing this forward in the first place, none of us would have a position. We wouldn't be here, standing here or speaking right in these very moments. So we're just giving back. We're giving, whether we give a picture, a video, we give our intention, a thought, it's all the same thing. And if you want to be part of this wonderful expansion to the knowledge to humanity, please contribute. If not, we understand and we love you. And it's that simple. It's your choice. It's always a choice. I think that's enough.
Maybe part of the confusion comes in, as Betty has put in here. They believe that the KFTV is not from the foundation, so that there's some sort of perception maybe that the KFTV is a different entity, and they don't want to give over their creative or pictures or that kind of thing to the KFTV, which they see as an entity that's separate from the foundation.
Okay, so Rick, so I can comment on that. So I'm obviously involved with the foundation on the TV level in the present moment, and I can absolutely say that it's the foundation. The foundation is there. The TV station may be a separate entity, but it's got the same ethos and all the same plasma and conditions that we have within the foundation. It's exactly the same. But the only difference is the TV station has got to work in a commercial field, arena, to be able to broadcast. That is the only real difference. And within that arena, yes, to be able to operate and do commercial work and to actually bring in scientists and world leaders and everybody else that we need to be part of the process, so we can teach and expand on the knowledge and give this addition to the science that mankind knows. We have to work in these fields, and that's the only difference. The ethos is the same. Nothing will be taken from anybody. It will not be used outside in a way to make money intentionally. That is not the ethos of the foundation. It's here to teach, and we all know this. Okay.
Well, what about the idea of commercialization, though, in terms of, like, say someone has a nice testimonial about using a Keshe product, and they give it as a something to contribute to their local language group that's doing KFTV and so on. And then the people like it, and maybe the producers say, well, let's turn it into an ad for the, whatever, the pain pen that they show, and we'll make it in, put some background music in and make it into a nice little ad. Okay, well, all of a sudden that thing that you gave away for non-commercial purposes is being proposed to be used for a commercial purpose. And that's why it either in a way has to be just given freely, or if you put conditions on that it can only be used for non-commercial purposes, then that limits the Keshe Foundation being able to use images and people and so on as part of their promotions to promote the plasma technology. So the question is, where do we draw the limits as individuals that are contributing? Do we, like for example, there's bands that play music that they refuse to play for, Coca-Cola and other famous advertisers, because they don't believe in commercialization of their music as such, but yet they're willing to commercialize it by putting it on an album and having people buy it and so on. So there's a line that gets drawn in a way, especially with people with their either music or their video and other presentations. They put their heart into it and they put their soul into it, and they don't want that to be messed with or abused in terms of that commercial edge that can, as we know, can sort of kill that soul part sometimes. So I guess is how do we ride that edge of being able to give and receive for what might turn into be a commercial aspect of this for this KFTV, or do we put do we have two different releases, one for non-commercial use and another for possible commercial use, or how do we work that?
I think what you've just said, Rick, is a very good idea. I was going to say myself that this is a new territory. I'm sure this has been happened before in the commercial world with organisations and foundations that want to do this sort of work. And if so, then if someone can come forward and explain how they overcome these issues, then wonderful. But what you've just described, Rick, would be, I think, a great idea between the knowledge seekers of the world to come together and come up with an action that will contribute and solve the problem. I know there's many beautiful people amongst the panelists and people that are listening who can participate and can orchestrate a way to solve this little issue. It's all about, as we know within the beauty of the knowledge, is the more you give, the more you receive. And so when we start to get this message out and the plasma starts to expand out, and I've noticed that as soon as we expand out, as soon as we start speaking about this and we take it to the larger audience, which is what we are in the process of doing, you get all the interferences, all the fields of what the present society, the present humanity has had for a very long time. The knowledge that we are bringing forward, as we know as knowledge seekers, is of a different nature. It's the beauty of the plasma, and once this starts to evolve and people start to experience plasma, they will understand the ethos more of when you give, you receive a lot more. And once this gradually creeps in, all these little teething problems will just disappear, because humanity will start to understand what we're trying to do. But within the confines of what we're doing on the TV station right now, we have certain conditions and little issues we need to overcome. And as you've just said, Rick, I think what your idea is wonderful. Just two simple forms. Eventually, I'm hoping that people will come to a position and understand that We don't need any of it. We just give. We give unconditionally, and whatever anybody does, we all receive back. We will all receive back. It's a new understanding that is coming forward to humanity, and it's going to be a process that's going to take a little while for many folks to understand until they experience it, because it's a new paradigm. It's a new way of looking at existing as a being on this planet, and this is going into universal knowledge. This is going into other realms that humanity is going to experience, and this is just one little issue that we need to overcome. And I think what you've raised, what's being raised, is great, because it shows exactly the sort of issues that come up in commerce, that come up in all walks of life. But if you go on to the negative side of things, you'll never find an answer. Whereas with the ethos of the foundation and the plasma, we go to the positive. We go to an experience that is beauty. We give, and then we receive more. We don't always just think of the negative side aspect, because if you do this, you never get anywhere. Nothing changes. Whereas if we come from a position of, okay, let's solve it, it's done, it's a you walk through a different door. You expand, you open up the cosmos, you open up your own conscious being, the being of the planet, the nations, the TV station, everything opens up. If we all want to just pull back and just pull the blinds down and shrink the fields and then fine, that's your decision. But we're here to help humanity, and the TV station's here to broadcast to humanity, to bring the plasma forward. And we would love you all to be part of it, to give unconditionally. And any little things about to do with money, I understand that money is important for people right now. I understand that. And I'm sure these issues, once we come together and put our conscious thoughts and intentions in the right direction, it will all manifest beautifully. And we're here to do whatever we can to bring it into a position of beauty for humanity. That is the whole point. That is the reason. That is the field that we're trying to, that we are going to generate, and we're going to spread the ethos of giving, coming to a position of the knowledge of plasma that we're bringing forward to humanity. So I would love to hear your comments, and whatever you feel is correct in your heart and soul, and to bring forward to help us, then please do. We look forward to all your comments, and we'll take them all on board, and we will do whatever we can to come forward into a position. Mr. Keshe has said that anything to do with TV station, if you want to give content, then you have to sign a release form. And I think this is true, because it's the only way we can actually operate within the commercial field. Having said that, everything I've just explained is all relevant. So please come forward. If anybody's got any ideas other than what Rick has just explained, then we will take them all on board, and whichever is the best we can possibly manifest, we will do, whatever that is. And so Jedi's writing in a public domain equivalent license, which is something like this would be wonderful, Jedi. Please, yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, and right now I've noticed in the KFTV representatives that there's already 2 other release forms that have been released. So, talent release forms. So this is like 3 of them out there. Maybe we need we do need clarification, as Dan says, and Betty, to try to make it as simple yet inclusive and proper as possible.
Yes, right. Yeah, of course, yeah. And that comes back to, what are your intentions? Because with plasma, as we know, with this TV station, is to give. And we've just discussed this. I understand there's implications for commercialism and making money and things. The foundation will never do anything that's incorrect. The TV station will be no different. It carries the same ethos. And so whatever is correct and whatever is right for each and every individual that is producing content and wants to give that content, we will find a way to make this correct. Thanks, Rick.
Okay, thanks, Dean. Good. Well, I don't know if we're gonna resolve everything here today, but it's just because it's up in the air, then it's out there, and we're at least presenting it and working with it, interacting with it. It's probably something we need to work with in the background more than here on the show, but heck, I'll work with anything. Just shoot me a topic, I'll work with it. I don't care. It's all equally valid.
You do. We know how much work you do, Rick, and you've been there. You've been there for so long, doing so many beautiful things. And again, if it weren't thanks to the way you've been broadcasting, we wouldn't be in this position where we are now to release the TV station. So from one magnet that has helped to flip a lot of other magnets and bring the plasma forward, and you're a big part of that. And each and every single one of us can then be another magnet to bring it forward. Magnetic or gravitational? Where do you want it to be? Where do you want to go? What's your intentions? That's it is. Let's go back to the knowledge that we're bringing forward.
Yeah, and that reminds me of something you said earlier. So I wanted to suggest to you that maybe it's time for you to write a book. And I thought that you had the perfect title for the book earlier, just a few minutes ago, when you said, "The Beauty of the Plasma." And that would be a beautiful title for a book. And that's one of your most favorite words, is the word beauty. I know you've been trying to work with it because you used to use it, so overuse it perhaps, and now you've substituted words and you dance around it beautifully now, so to speak. The beauty of the plasma. I'll give that to you. That's your line, and I'm returning it back to you, and I think it should be made into a book. So that's just putting the bug in your ear, Dean. So there you go.
Thank you, Rick. I'll add that to the list. Thank you.
Yeah, I bet your list is getting bigger by the day.
It is, and it's wonderful.
But your capabilities get bigger, and you start to think, well, I can do that. And maybe I can write a book too.
Yeah. You know this yourself, Rick. As soon as you engage with this, the plasma, as soon as you start to accept the way that plasma moves through your creation, through your being, through your soul, through the fields that you are involved with, it changes everything. It changes your ethos inside yourself. And so the issues like we've just spoken about tend to just melt away, because you suddenly reach a position where you open up a door that says, yes, I accept, I just want to give, and I just want to help people. And then you become a different entity. You suddenly, when you meet somebody, you suddenly, you don't look at them a judgmental position. You just accept, and then this is what the foundation does. The beauty of the foundation. I haven't been involved in it for a little while, and I see it with all the wonderful entities, wonderful souls that are present. They accept you. They don't judge. They accept, and then they try. They don't try. They teach. They give. They just give to you. And to a point where it's up to you whether you accept it or not. But they just keep giving, and they give more. And so the position is different. It's not a block, but like with conventional knowledge, where somebody would judge you on your hairstyle, or they would judge you on the way you said something. There's none of that. The foundation just accepts you as an entity and gives you everything they possibly can to enhance you and to make you, to enable you to become I'm not trying to think of the best words here. To enable you to become the best you can be, to be the beauty of the plasma, universal soul that is magnificent in its pure beauty. And they understand this. They don't see the physicality, they see the soul aspect. And that is a constant, like the sun. It never changes. It's always present and it's always in beauty. And so when you take away the physical and you're left with this field of plasma, it is of creation. And so it's stripping away the filters. And once you strip away all those filters, you suddenly realize that you just give. And you change position for yourself and every other plasma that you come across. And then you become part of the bigger plasma. That becomes part of the bigger plasma. Then we become one, which is what we really are, where we really are from. And this is all part of the knowledge we're bringing forward.
So good to hear from you, Rick. I was missing you, Rick Dean.
Yeah. How are you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had a few lots of things going on, Solomia, and I'm present in the background and working away with the TV station and the foundation, and so and trying to bring it forward. As you know, with all the beauty that all of you guys have, we're just coming together to help and to bring this plasma to the world, and with the help of all of you coming together in the way that you inspire everybody, all of you. You're all wonderful. I thank you for that.
You are wonderful, and all of the team, plasma team, are wonderful. I am so happy with all of you. Every moment you are on my soul. Thank you very much. And plasma also inspired me to write and to have abundance in creation. I am writing many poetry dedicated only to plasma science, and I would like to offer for humanity my work to inspire future generation. I'm offering free of charge all my work to the foundation, but it's up to foundation to do what they want to do with the work.
Solomia, thank you very much. That's a very wonderful and generous giving, and that's unconditional, and that's beautiful. And it will be, as you know, it will be used in the best possible way that could enhance and help everybody. It needs to be in a way that when we give this, so when we give unconditioned, we give things. We're not trying to promote individuals. We understand we have to allow people to come forward and give everything they can. But this is we need to do it as on a universal scale. So we're trying to reach many and trying to, we're not trying to bring people forward to make them into superstars or anything. You already are all superstars, every single one of you. We're all equal. There's no difference between yourself, myself, and whatever title anybody gives themselves. We're all equal. And so we're trying to bring this forward so that we all shine brightly and we all give unconditionally, as you've just done, which is a magnificent, wonderful thing. And I thank you for that, because that is a special thing when someone really steps forward and just gives unconditionally. And because you have done this, you will receive back, and you will receive back in many, many beautiful ways, as I'm sure you already are experiencing and you're very aware of, Sonia.
Yes, I have a nice experience, because in '92 I participated in a magneton show 6 months in Austria, Germany and Switzerland, thinking for the people. And I have a contract with a foundation. I receive 20 percentage, and I offer to the foundation 80 to write books for children without possibilities. I mean, textbooks, for a manual, for going to school, for poor people. And I receive back from the universe the possibility to study in many countries. I receive scholarships from the universe. And in this way, I got the possibility to be able to teach voluntary other people, to enrich them from my knowledge free of charge. And I did like this all my life. And I am not a poor people. I'm a normal people, and the universe bring me all facilities to take care of my family and canine dog's family. So I'm confident that if I am offering, I can get back.
You will receive back. That, as you know, within what's wonderful is, Solomia, I know that you brought forward, I know you were involved with a certain structure, and but we're now starting to realize all the structures are coming together. So theology, science, humanity, everything, all these structures are coming together, and we're starting to share as an entity that's and this is the knowledge of plasma, and it's such a beautiful thing when it starts to expand like it already is. And the first position, the first magnet was Mr. Keshe. He came and he's given this, and so the process has already started, and there's no going back. It's a new position, and it's ever changing, expanding, and just becoming more beautiful in every moment for all of us. The only thing that will stop it is our own intentions and thoughts. And so if you just allow, and you come to a position, you understand that you just allow yourself, give yourself the opportunity to actually experience something that you haven't experienced before, maybe. I'm not saying this is for the same for everybody, but you will find that it will make a big difference to you in your physicality. So once you start opening up the plasma, you'll find that you'll become more balanced in your thoughts and intentions, in your physical body. You will find that there'll be a balance point where you will resonate and be more in tune with a balanced physical body as well. And then that leads into your spiritual, into your soul side, which then connects back to all the plasmas, which all of us are. And then that connects back to literally to the planet, to a solar system, galaxies, the creation, the creator. And it's a wonderful thing. And we're all part of it, each and every one.
Thank you, Dean. Lovely words, like usually. And all my poems are destined to heal the soul of humanity and individual soul, and to bring peace. This is my message. And I think that by this way we can heal each person and humanity. Yes, it was my wish, like this, to help humanity to heal from everything.
Hello, Dean. Hello, my
Hello,
dear Dean.
Sweater.
Hello, Dean.
Hello, how are you?
Can I say something and add something to your beauty?
Please do.
Salam, namaste, salute, every beautiful soul. I want to say that as Keshe Foundation, with the knowledge of the ethos of the Creator, has enlightened us, but it is a condition that we cannot enter the free will of a person. We can suggest them, advise them, give the knowledge, but cannot enter the free will unless the being wanted to. So this is what creates, I'm sorry, the noise of the pressure cooker. I want to say that the knowledge has been in all the humanity in collective, want to be. Because the universal community, why didn't work all those thousands of years for us? Because we blocked ourselves in our free will, not understanding anything. So this is how we enlightened ourselves with this knowledge of the ethos of the universe, and well, also the mechanisms, the whole mechanism. And the foundation wants, the foundation desires, the foundation gives the knowledge so that humanity as collective opens in its free will, so that the universal community, as we are opening, and the universal community now in this time transmissioning, coming to with the technology, as we are in visible light, seeing it in many ways, creating it our own house. Can you imagine that? So this is how the opened a kind of portal for the universal community to bridge up with humanity as a collective. So blocking it in its way is not fair now. And get the knowledge, be in the knowledge, and open it. Thin, because try to thinner the condition of the magnetism, the magnetosphere, so that they can come, more and more spaceships can come and they can collaborate with us. We know it is always the paradise within that is out there. So this is what I want to say, Dean. Thank you for your beautiful clarity always. So humble.
Thank you, Shweta. Thank you for your beauty too. You've done some wonderful work, Shweta, and thank you so much for contributing all that you do. You're a wonderful, beautiful soul, and I thank you for what you've
Thank
been
you so
doing
much. Thank you
for all of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think so. Going back to the TV station, so if we can expand on that a little bit more. So I'm actually stood in the TV station now, which is in a building, obviously, in a room. There is a set built. There is cameras all around me, and then as I've explained earlier, there's lots of input, as in we've had to purchase lots of equipment to manifest, to bring this forward. There's been many wonderful souls that have contributed in the foundation, that none of this would have happened without the absolute beauty of what they do. They give unconditionally, and there's many of them that sat in the background that, as I said, it would not, none of this would manifested without some very beautiful souls. Klaus has been incredible in how much work that he puts in, and he contributes continuously and manifests such beautiful creations because of his intention to give, and because of this, because of Mr. Keshe, and an intention to give this freely. So then we involve the souls of the foundation, like Rick, like Mark, and all of you. They all come together, and we suddenly we have a thought. That thought then manifests into, someone puts it forward within the foundation of let's have a TV station so we can broadcast and get the knowledge out. So then, with that thought and intention, I'm stood in this very building right now with that thought and intention manifest in front of me. So that the cameras, the set, the lights, the computers, everything is all a manifestation of a thought, a creation. And here it is in physicality all around me. And I'm trying to interact with these new fields, these new plasma fields that have been generated, a slowing down of the fields that have manifested into physical matter state that we can deal with as human beings, that because we like to be physical. The plasma knowledge, as we know, is an intention, a thought, And that is your soul aspect. That's the other side that that gives you the ability to manifest continuously. And this is the knowledge. And this contribution, this beauty that I'm studying right now, then this plasma will expand out and reach many, many other plasmas all across the planet and also across the unicos, because they are present with us all the time. Our universal family are with us, and they are witnessing and having a wonderful party, knowing that we're coming to a position of understanding as a species, as a race. And so we're elevating each and every single plasma, each and every one of us, to a new position. And as I said, I'm stood in this matter state condition, experiencing the TV station, which is having slight little glitches and teething problems that we're just solving gradually. It's the baby's been born, and we're nurturing it and you know, giving it some energy to and some love, some tender care. So then that will grow, that plasma will grow and give to many, many other plasmas, and that knowledge will then spread, and that will reach across, and then that plasma will become a bigger plasma. And then from that bigger plasma, as I explained earlier on, this will expand even further. And those fields then encompass all of us. And we are part of it. We're within the field. So we're the womb of this TV station. I'm physically stood inside of it. And then the womb of the planet, then the womb of the galaxy, the womb of the universe. It's a seed. So this TV station is a seed, a seedling from a thought that came from an intention to give. So when we go back to the release forms, so if your first seed intention is to give, then look at the expansion. Look what happens. Creation happens in the most magnificent, beautiful way when you let it, when you allow. And then anything and everything is possible. It's unlimited. The only limitation that filters is our own thoughts and intentions. So what do you want to manifest? What do you want to create? What do you want to give? What do you want to receive? Okay, I'm going to give somebody else a chance now. Thank you very much for listening, everybody. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you for your insights, Dean.
Thank you.
I'm going to put on Jedi's put a link in here for some of his latest work, I think it is. So I'm just going to share that. And
hello, everybody. Hi, Rick.
Hi, Jedi.
So, the first image, we have the 5 elements in this spiral. They all unite. And so ether is the 5th element, plasmatic. And so by considering the 5 different vibrations or names, elements, then you grasp, you can hold this reality or totality. It is a part of it. And the second image is a tiny crystal ball. And we used to use crystal balls to see something. Ancient instrument, purity, a sphere, and light comes in some way, goes out, and and you can see, or you may, or you might, or you just try. And so focus changes, and your vision is a different one. So it's a material way to convert with a filter what you are receiving. Let's say a 360 degrees. And within the image, within the surface of this, you find something different. So the reflection is giving back something else. You might say it's nonsensical or singularity again. So this is allowing something to appear, something else. Science chose the path of cutting down, entering into matter, and breaking up the pieces in smaller and smaller parts, finding out what is hidden inside. This is atomism. There were philosophers in Greece, and we are still doing this kind of, following this kind of path. Now, we created one of the most expensive instruments, is the Large Hadron Collider, to break down, again, there are gases or matter, to find out what's inside it. And the huge amount of energy we need to break something so tiny should tell us that maybe we are exceeding, we are a little stubborn. All this to cut down, to break something. So we are still working on a destructive kind of side. And if that particle is a living one, you are killing it. Nobody thinks about this. So consider the amount of energy that is holding it together, and you are destroying it. And they are using 6 tera electron volts, but they have reached 40 tera electron volts. They have to call the government in Swiss to say, we are going to use all the full power of the grid to burst, to destroy this tiny little atom. And so they say, okay, during the night. And the sky is usually clear, there are no clouds, because you could see effects. So all this is breaking. But let's consider loving. And so resonance. In a resonant state, you perceive, you receive, you feel. And so you have the answer. You don't need to kill it. It's going to answer. So just ask. And so they found singularities, and they are afraid of these singularities. Of course, because they are hitting, they are killing, and so there is the answer that is coming back. It shall be the aggressive one. It's defending itself. So you can't deal with creation, attacking creation, hurting. This is working on pain. It's a painful way. Because everything is connected. This has to do with creation. You have to respect creation. So deal with it in a resonant state. Enter the waves, enter the understanding. Probably this is a kind of mistake, but we chose this path. The approach must be a different one. because this one allows, but it is damaging at the same time. So we limit our experience and understanding to states that are unfortunately not giving us the right answers. This picture is a very interesting one. You can see a kind of a Fresnel pattern within the spirals. So the field flux of energy, we have different rings, but you see a kind of galaxy appearing. You see that kind of drawing. Well, that is a kind of a light magnetical fluxes created by the pattern, the frame. Now just try to move up and down the image with the mouse by clicking on it, and just move it and see what happens to these lines. Apparently the field is moving both sideways, upwards and down. If you find the right rhythm according to your screen, you shall see that it is pulsating, going left and right, creating a kind of magnetical pulse. You see that image that disappears, suddenly disappears, but here you have the magnetical, you see it taking place. So it is present, although you don't normally see it, because the gaps are in fact, that is the black space where the energy is flowing, and when you move it, so it appears and disappears, going sideways, counterclockwise, clockwise, and that is under. But as soon as you move it, it appears. It's a way to visualize, and according to the quantity or the quality of the lines of the fields, you shall see. This in black and white is very easy, this one. So when we mix up all the lines, then in reality it's not so easy to find this kind of pulsation and rhythm, because planes are mixing up in all directions. So like the top one there is, you cannot really see this effect. But once you simplify things, then you go back to the shape that is allowing you to understand how these centers of energy are placed and are flowing. This is a way to see where the energy is. When I said that there is a non-linear path, which is better, we should use a curvature within energy flow, because there is no expense. You don't even need a container. The energy is flowing within a circulation, and it is placed there. So you only need to know where to find it. And the energy is there, right there. No wires anymore. Here it's a kind of, you see the expansion of the light, and in the dark spot there in the center, it looks like a doggy, something like that, looking at us. It looks like. But it's something coming back to our level of understanding. As simple as this, but conscience allows this passage once it resonates. So it is right there, we feel it, we perceive it, but we miss it because of a rationalized attitude, Cartesian. And so we miss most of the time, we miss because we avoid, we cancel. We say this singularity is not happening. It is not true. And so moving down, show you something else. When we give this kind of fields, we share these fields, plasmatic, you see that nature is answering right away. And it's creating, it's blossoming, it's giving, it's sharing, it's light, it's really powerful. And so you see that the tree is answering, the leaves, flowers, everything. So there is no mind gap. You are acting upon by sharing all these fields, and all this light is coming back. So it's paradising, I call it, when all this energy, all this plasmatic is moving. It's like just like a star. It's giving, and all this is coming back. It is order. It is order. Within this chaotic image, there is order. So we saw last time that there are orders of magnitude. And once you change point of view, you might see them or miss them. It's only according to your experience and position. But once you start to change slightly position and to find out that there is a pattern, and there you are, you find the gate, you find the door, you open it, and you are right there. So you have flowers appearing. This is a secret garden where I shared this kind of fields with nature, and so they answered back. I say they, because all creation is present at the same time, same moment, but we stop our perception to the apparent, to what is appearing in front, and there is something else that we miss, because you have to enter. Here you see the fractal, you see the perfect position of the leaves, the angle, symmetry. So you understand there is a perfect work taking place. This is still going inside this tree, so it's only considering 20 centimeters. This is what is happening there. So I have order, or I miss the order, and then I find it again, and then I miss it. So it's a continuous sinusoid. It's where you place your attention, the focus. So meditating in nature allows the mind, your soul, to vibrate. This is the beauty of it, that it is right there in front of you, and it is taking place. And so we don't need all this physics and mathematics and calculations and equations, etc. But just the right position. That is the work. Then you have to accept the creative principle within and act according to the creative path, without damaging, without destroying, without deciding, I'm going to cut this branch or this tree. Why are you going to cut it down? So this is your intent. Why are you changing things without knowing? And this is a point of view we have to understand before creating a mess. Now we made a mess in this planet, okay. We are not allowed to do the same to follow this attitude elsewhere. So correct and then move. Respecting. Not only what you see, but what you cannot see. So there is plenty more in light, in matter, within even within the shape that you are allowed to see. And from time to time, the trees, plants, Tolkien used to call them entities, the working trees. They share their knowledge or they play with you. And so strange things appear and disappear at the same time. So is it your mind or, well, that is, you have to ask yourself your level of conscience. But once you interact, then it is there. Forget the attitude that we follow most of the time. The singularity is non-real, it's nonsensical, you are crazy. Forget this. With the Large Hadron Collider, they say that after 3.5 million times, if something happens, it is not by chance. Okay, just imagine. Well, from time to time, I see something else. It's not 3.5 million times. It's frequent. So if I get into what I see deeply inside, I discover. Let's move and see what happens next. Still trees, green, grass. Let's go on. Order, beauty, shadow, light, colors, shape. So we know there is the dark part, the white part of the image, the gradients, and then we read within these fields, we find something else. Because the light allows me to see the dark allows me to see the light, and the gradients according to the frequency and the color allow me to see a spectra. entity. Look at this one, standing there. So what's this tree doing? It's just showing something else. He saw the bear. He's playing. This is resonating. It's like when I said there is a cat in the cloud. It is resonating, streaming, but it's not allowed to go out. He's living in this apartment all the time, and so when he dreams, he flies in the clouds. And this Mr. Bear is there, and so is it only appearing to me? Yes, of course, because I am in this perspective, but is this by chance, let's say, happening because my mind is projecting this? Or it's like saying when you pinch your cheek because you are dreaming and you don't know if you are dreaming or you are present. That is up to you. That is your field. So your interaction, your possible interaction. Up to now, they said, no, don't deal with it. Don't cope with it. Don't even imagine. Don't think. But if you allow this passage in a rational way, and you find out that ant feels you, he knows that you are looking for something, and so is watching you. He says, what's happening? I feel somebody is looking at me. And so I turn around and suddenly I find sort of conscience looking at me. And so I say, the tree is alive. He is looking at me. Let's move down. They say this is a sacred garden in some way. Just moving slowly downwards, and you shall see this tree. It's a wonderful kind of sharing. This is again the bear, and then here you are. Now you stop there because you turn around and the tree is looking at you. This moment, you have to deal with your limitation. We feel love for what we recognize, and we miss this kind of love when we do not recognize, and we miss, let's say, 99% of this universe. Because our love is polarized, concentrated on going and coming back to me. So it's self-centered. You have to share it, you have to give, and then you have it shines, it resonates. Numbers could say, but just to test if this kind of thinking works, and it worked. Physics They say it works, and in fact, plasmatic works. Etheric ether, okay, works. So it's there. Akasha is there. And so the memory of all things is there, is present. Just need to reach that kind of synchronicity. And so that is, I am present. And when I found this image, I say, I am present. Here it is. Hello. So even if we share this kind of mood, feeling, this artist painted it. It's exactly what we are talking about. And it's a wonderful manifestation. It's a proof of something taking place. Here I took this photo because this is kind of a way we manifest our gravitational strength of a magnetical field that is love. So it's so hard. See, it's attached. That moment in time, it's a perfect image of the power of love. And so this is understanding a magnetic field taking place, and everyone is doing it. And the name, the symbol is a proof of this kind of love. And all these lovers are attached. So they are present. And so it is, there is continuity. And we see this, fortunately, because we are into the gravitational side of it. And so we have metal, and it is in front of our eyes. Although they keep cutting off everything and melting all this metal, the symbol is there. The power of it is there. So this is the kind of understanding of feeling and mood that allows to reach the other kind of perception, which is not a matter-state perception. It's higher. So you have to go back to the clouds. Let's move down. And you see these clouds that are natural and normal clouds, and you see this angular shape. And so there is a work there. And within this work, they are trying to find out something. So they send a helicopter, and then you move down. And because they are not the only ones that are interested in what is happening, here you find, dear friend, you see this? It's a being that's just living in the clouds, a different state of density, manifesting itself in water, hydrogen, okay? To me, and because I am looking for something and I see and I am working with these kind of fields, I see it appearing. So it's there, manifesting itself. Not in the laboratory, it's there in the sky. Anyone can see it. And look at this one, A. He said, A. I am A. So you might say, am I inventing? Am I participating to creation within creation. Maybe you are part of the creation. Here there is a hidden one, but it is a very difficult one to find because it appears, it disappears, it is not the light, not dark part, it is anamorphosis, and so it's created by the collection of all the fields, and you shall find it and see it only if you or it matches your level of conscience. So this is what happens most of the time. The doctor knows, you don't know. That's a different point of view, understanding. Look at this next picture. This is an interesting one. I was bottling ganses, and then I discovered that they moved up and down in the bottle, and there was a cycle going on. And so all the crystals, let's say, that were, let's say, collected in the bottle on the lowest part of the bottle, they all moved upwards to the top. And then it started some sort of a rain falling down. And this cycle continued for 4 days. And every time there was a different configurations and bubbles of this kind, which are not usual bubbles, creating. So I tried to take pictures of it because I wanted to understand what was happening to the plasmatic fields in a matter state, and why should something heavier than water rise up to the sky and then come back and then go up again, and all this has been going on for quite a long time. And so I tried to change a little, let's say, dimension, to enter one of these bubbles, to take a picture, to see what's inside one of these bubbles. Just move down one, please, Rick. And it looked like a tiny, tiny little man. That image. This is another one. This is working with fire. This one is working with plasmatic crystals and water. The other one is working with fire. You might see it, you might not, you might miss it. Doesn't matter. It's a part of it. It's learning how to see with different eyes. And all elements share this knowledge, and as we resonate with our particular element, someone air, someone it's earth or light, fire, you shall find in that element help to reach. So this one is again some sort of soul, and that is fire. So it's appearing very fast. And this one took quite a long time. This is one of the images that Angel's Gate. And here this matter state image took a couple of months of work to reach this level. And enlarging the picture, you see that there was someone looking at me whilst I was experiencing this kind of vision, and it looks like a monk. So this door is a passage. It is a gate. And there are gates of this kind. And so constants, when you reach a certain level, you reach this kind of stargate passage. And this is within our possibilities, within our body, within our understanding, our mind, or within materiality, if you want to reach this within manifestation of it in a material state, material level or density. This is because we are looking for proof. So I need to show proof that something is emerging, is coming out of it, that it is not a singularity anymore in such a way that I am inventing it. I do not invent. I had access to this kind of level because the question was there and the answer is there. So as it matches, you are in front of it. This was the 7th jump. And so this manifestation helped a lot to clear out things. Because for a good year and a half, I was thinking, am I going crazy or not? And so this was not, no, you're not going crazy. It's there. And so this is reaching and understanding and allowing. Everyone has the possibility to reach. You have to follow your path and you shall be in contact. You shall remember. But I cannot help you to remember something that is within your experience. So you shall live this life. You are living it because you are going back to the source and then connecting that kind of love with the locks or locked into one into each other in this immense heart where you are present. And just move tiny bit. Look at this pink kind of image. These two. Here there are quite a few. And they are present there. Beings of a different kind. No fear, it's just a different density. And they are there. And this you can see into light. And when I asked, and what about Mr. Keshe? And I felt some like birds flying out like this, and just moved down, and the light of it changed from that color to a different color, and this is the image. It's like playing with a child, 7 years old, and it's playing with light, and it's answering you. It's him. And it's simple, very simple. But the answer is immediate. So this means that it is present. We are allowed to get in touch. And there is answer, there is question, there is participating. It's just capturing the moment it happens, to be present. I know this is a very kind of the hard kind of way to see things. It's a different path. We're not used to practice it. from a dogmatic point of view, from a religious or scientifical, we separated everything. But this is saying that within resonance, within respect, within all this, and you can consider things from different points of view, doesn't matter. As long as you are present, you shall reach. So this is your trust. Trust your senses, and you have, they are not limited to 6, they are 180, 200. So just allow them, because by placing a helmet on your head, not allowing frequencies to enter, culture blocking everything, there is no possibility to even to accept such a particular kind of image. So without going towards the complexity, just staying into a simple way, you shall see all these living friends everywhere and in every dimension. So micro, macro, everywhere. And just accepting the fact that they are present at the same time and in different levels, but they are there participating. We know we have bacteria, viruses, we have all creatures inside. So you respect them, they respect you, harmony. You shall feel better. And this is dealing with other levels, other planets. There is no limitation. And the answer is there. It is presence, but we miss it. Some have access to these levels, and one day I'm going to share some of the images. I call that period like Hieronymus Bosch kind of images, and you see all these living beings there, and it is a painting. And so I understood that painters, most of them, were so sensitive that they reached these visions, and so these far distant worlds within or somewhere else in the universe, and they saw this, and what they saw, they painted it. And because I recognize the style, the beings, the creation that is present there, and it matches to what this artist painted, I know that he reached that world. And so probably those are the first, not the first, but voyagers, travelers, that have been able to share with us a particular kind of visions that are not imagination, but come from light, the source, that probably went through, touched that reality, and they received this reality, this memory, through the light, and they gave it back. It is a transposition, transmutation of a mood, of a feeling, of the sunlight that is coming, and then you give it back, and the image is there, is present. Artists are in touch, so poets, and probably we should ask those who act within love, within harmony, resonating. Children, even children, you ask children, and they give you the answer. Then you can build your Large Hadron Collider and do what you want, but respecting, not damaging it. Well, that is my, let's say, point of view today. I tried to share by showing a few images on this far side of the multiverse, let's say.
Hello. Hi, it's Mernaz. I'm calling from Europe. I don't know where you're calling from. Where are you from, Jet?
Akash.
You are from?
Akash.
Yeah, that's talking. Prove it. Okay. So you're from Akash and you speak some kind of English, right?
Yeah.
And it's the truth, right?
Some kind of English, yes.
Okay, and that's the truth for you. Are you in peace? Honestly, this time you answer, are you in peace?
Yes, I'm not questioning you about, peace. Are you in peace? Are you?
Because
yes, of course.
Which are not permitted by God. Because there are knowledges which, even though they come from everything is created by God, good and bad. And some knowledges are not good to know about because we become a slave of that. That's what they say. And it takes away harmony and peace and happiness, a smile from us.
That is fear. That comes from fear. We are not here to live in a state of fear. We are living here to enjoy creation as part of it. So there is no lack, no missing, no misunderstanding. You are participating and sharing. Do not fear. Ignorance is not good for you. You choose the path. You choose ignorance. Okay, you shall repeat. Karma is there to help you. Samsara is there to allow you to repeat the lesson again and again.
That's what the Luciferians also say. Do what you want and enjoy. So that's
Sorry, let me interrupt here. Marinez, you're always bringing your fears into this group and other groups. That is what you do, and that's part of your job here. And you got to recognize that is what you do. And people know that about you. You come in and you go off on the tangent on some fear or another. And I don't think it's correct to suddenly come in at the end of Jedi's. I'm speaking right now. Don't interrupt me. To come in at the end of Jedi's beautiful performance, I thought, and just shed on it. It's not okay with me. And that's what I think, Marinez. I'm going to be really honest and straight and forward on it. Now, what do you got to say?
I appreciate it. But that sign of cross, return cross, at the bottom, what does it mean? You see the sign, the red one on the bottom? The last picture. Did you see that?
What does it mean to you, Marinez?
But you saw the cross, turned cross?
What does it mean to you, Marinez? What does this symbol mean to you? Where do you see a cross in there, first of all?
You know, there is something, a turned cross with some, to turned cross. I'm sorry, but as long as I know, it's a satanic sign. The turned cross, they turn the cross upside down. Like it comes cross. How does it? There are two things up, and then there's things the cross. When you turn it back, you make it upside down. It is anti what it is supposed to say. It's anti-God. It's satanic sign.
Well, at the end of this beautiful presentation where we see nature shots, peaceful, beautiful images that this man has spent hours and hours and hours working at, and you see this symbol as Satan at the end of it. Marinez, you have problems, not Jedi. And I do not appreciate you bringing your problems into this chat.
Okay, if you don't agree with me, I just said it.
I just said it.
I don't interfere. You can be sure. I really fought with myself to interfere. But I really want this thing to be pure. I want this plasma science to be pure because it has to be kept pure of every other thing which is different. It's just this. My whole intention is the purity of this science, because we are too many and years after things. That's the only thing.
What have you ever brought into this? What have you ever brought into this conversation, into this workshop, besides words? Where have you done a presentation here? Have you got anything to give other than your words of putting people down and thinking they're Satan at the end of their presentation?
Oh no, I didn't say that.
No, you said it's a symbol of Satan, right?
I don't know what that symbol comes from.
You said it was a symbol of Satan for you. That's what you said it was.
Written.
Did you say it was a symbol of Satan or not? Did you say it was a symbol of Satan or not?
No. Okay. If you like
yes, you did. Do you want me to play the recording back?
No. I know. I heard it just to see what it is, and if it really comes from iCache and you find it interesting, majority rules. You understand, and you can be sure I don't interfere with this kind of things anymore.
Right.
But
majority rules. Let's take a poll then. How many people think it was a symbol of Satan? How many people think it was okay? Was this whole show a symbol of Satan? You know, what are you trying to say here, Marinez? What are you trying to say?
Like the images, for example, image of Mr. Keshe, it's just deformed. It's like the jinni things, you know, the jinn. But for me, it was like that. You know, the jinn, the beings which don't have body and they interfere with our lives. If we let them ourselves go and ask them, they come to our lives, they give us knowledge, but they make us a slave.
Is that what's happened? Is that your experience with this?
Yeah, of course.
This is what's happened to you?
Yeah, there in some countries it's common. Like in some countries there is things like that. And I've seen the video.
So you read something in a book and this is what it reminds you of somehow. Is this what you're saying?
But I mean, like, I know that there are beings, but they are not always like good-willing beings. And
well, that's for sure. Yep, There's no doubt about that. There's beings out there that do not work for your best interests.
And people who ask them to help them, they really help them for knowledge, for miracles, for healing, for a lot of things. But they become slaves of these beings, and they cannot get out anymore. So it gives them knowledge and healings and things like that, power, but it is haunting them all the time. And they cannot get out of it anymore. And I've seen videos on that. I know there are people which I know, not personally, but and they have gone and verified that on that village or whatever. It can be very low people, so very poor people who get these powers, and they come from father to child sometimes because they have to be entrained.
Yes, and this is
hardship.
No, it's a very, very big worry of you, Marinez. Sorry.
I like very much these things to be pure and.
I know you're worried about everything that's not completely pure in your world and everybody else's world, and especially everybody else's world. But you got to purify your own world before you start poking at other people's worlds. This is the whole thing about peace. You got to have your inner peace and know who you are and what you're doing on this planet. And then you won't be quoting books and thinking about stuff that's beyond where you should be going. Like, I don't know, I'm just beyond myself. I got to take a break for a minute here.
I got you
argue without what...
No, I don't interfere. If you really think it's something good in it, I just wanted that it doesn't get out.
Sorry, everybody participate who wants to get in on this conversation in the next few minutes. I'm going to take a break and let you guys work it out.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If you allowed me, I'd like to break this discussion and just find a peace in our soul right now. Everybody, calm down. And thanks to Jedi for his work, because his intention is to help us to understand the world and the reality according his knowledge and his access to Akasha. And we have to respect this, and we have to thanks to him, because we feel that he has good intention. We have also to understand Mary's and respect her opinion, and thanks to her, and just finish with this conflicting, which is not doing good. It's making bad to our soul, to everybody.
No, it's very good. I appreciate what's said.
Yes. Yes.
I know he's honest and he has the right point of view. Maybe, as he said, I'm too worried. Yeah. I'm too worried. I've seen things and he hasn't seen that. And I agree with that. And I don't interpret with the things which I don't, I mean, maybe I see too much other videos. So no, it cannot be. I'm glad that you appreciate it, and that's good. And bravo, Jade, and that's good as long as it's clear and nice and people like it. It's okay for me.
Yeah,
it's okay for me. I'm one like anybody else, and I say my point of view. But I try not to say things which some people, if they have accepted it, maybe they give. So we're all the same. Okay, no, I thank you for your honest opinion, Rick. There's no problem. You're right. At the moment, I have some anxieties the way things don't go fast and things like that. Just that, but doesn't. There is not. I appreciate what you said, and I wish everybody luck in what we are doing, and probably we'll succeed. We'll succeed.
Yes.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Rick, for letting me know what you think, at least. Because what we want here is honestly and a clear point of view, clear things, net, clean, clear cut. And that's appreciated.
And the ethos of foundation is to see the good, to feel good, to do good, to say good about everybody. This is our ethos of the foundation. I think that nobody has bad intentions here. I have these feelings. Even, yes. And thank you, Marinice, and I love you. You know that I love you from the bottom of my heart. And I love also Jedi, and I respect his work and his knowledge. And I agree with him that artists has access to many dimensions. I'm also a poet and an artist, a painter, and so on. And this going in the astral helps me on my work. I get inspiration, and it's not only me, because I'm a small artist. I'm not a genius, but I have many friends which are artists, and we share our ideas about this travel in astral, and everybody agree that is a big help for them to create this astral travel. Many people can go in a astral and travel, and also Tesla, he received, at my knowledge, all the images of what he created from other dimensions, from other order of magnitude worlds and universes, and he never draw out, he just see on his mind, and he had access to other world, and it's not only in arts, also in science. Myself, I have the same experience. I have seen an electron, violet electron, going clockwise and going anti-clockwise. And I was wondering, what is this? When first I make my meditation, and such things appear on my image. And I ask also Mr. Tesla, I ask on my wishes, please enlighten me and show me what is the meaning. Would you like to communicate with me what you want to say to me? Because it was my wish to discover things like Tesla did. It was my wish. And in this way, I found Mr. Keshe. And this was the answer from the universe, from my questions, that nowadays Mr. Keshe, with plasma science and knowledge, can help the work of Tesla and continue the work of Tesla at another level, at plasma level, at ether level, at he knows better than us. And he likes to enlighten us and to give to all humanity what he discovered. And not only now the plasma science was on this earth. It was many, many times and if before, but humanity didn't have eyes to see this. I love very much what Jedi teach today us, because he made a link with other sciences like science of quantum physics, quantum physics, saying that we are observers and we are part of the universe, and we can co-create. We are co-creators because we have this divine power in our soul. We can co-create with the eyes of our soul. And we see all these things with the eyes, interior eyes, not with exterior eyes. It's linked with pineal gland, it's linked with many things we don't know yet, but we can discover. Other people like Jedi and his friends maybe can enlighten us more, and we are happy when we thank him from the bottom of our heart that he tried many times to enlighten us and to give free from his soul. I love you, Jedi, and I love all the people on this group. Much love and peace to your soul.
And same to you and all of that. And thank you, Rick. Don't worry, it won't happen.
Marinez, I thank you for being here, and I'm sorry I was so direct and I lost it there. And I love you regardless, even when you leave your microphone open when Salome was talking. But it's all good. Anybody else like to say anything? We should wrap things up here at the 5.5 hour mark or something, and I gotta get more than an hour or two of sleep before these shows. What do we have? Anything
Rick, hi,
else?
it's Dean here.
Hi, Dean, go ahead.
Hi, Rick. Can I just say,
I see you have your partner with you there too, or your cohort. Partner in crime, Riggett, I think.
She's got
her own line.
Yeah, let Brigitte knows she was involved with at the church and things. So Brigitte is very well informed about many things. So maybe if she's got a hand up, it may be nice for her to speak and give her experiences of how she would interact with Jedi and Marinez, and it's all these issues and conflicts. So it's just, as you rightly said, Rick, it's just our own fears. It's just each and every one of us has filters that we need to just gently release and let go. And the more that you view through these filters, the more that you engage with it, the more of it you experience. I've noticed this in my if you have something that is there for you to learn from, it keeps showing up time and time again until you really, as a being, acknowledge and accept the lesson. Then as soon as you release it unconditionally and move on, it doesn't show up again. And I think many of us, we watch. Right, so let's go back to the TV station. So the TV station is going to be present to give unconditional love and giving and sharing of knowledge in the correct ethos. It's never going to show anything that's incorrect or anything that is not conducive with beauty. But when you go on a screen and you view a reality, that whatever that reality is, it becomes your manifestation. It's there for you and will always be there until you release it. So even if these things are true in some circumstances, whatever you believe it to be, it will always be there until you release. And I can say this through my own personal experiences. So you just need to come to an acceptance and don't keep dwelling in that position. Take a new position of unconditional giving and just release it, and just let the fields evaporate. They will move on. It's in constant flux, constant flow. It's like the beings that Jedi was mentioning, the clouds. I've seen these beings many, many times, and we all do. You look into the sky, and a cloud manifests a beauty for you. It shows you itself. It's there as a being to give you a love and attention, and to be there unconditionally, just to show itself the way a flower does, the way a bee or a dog, a cat. They just arrive at the right moment for you to appreciate its beauty. That's what they're there for. That's what they do unconditionally. It's up to you to then receive that information and take from it what you need. What do you need? What is the lesson that you need to experience? And then once you've experienced that, let it go. Come back to the core. Come back to the essence of the beauty of what you really are, which is the plasma. And in that plasma, everything is a beautiful, shining, golden, whatever you want to describe it as, field of pure energy, of just there to give and to be present with it. And you take from it what you need, and experience what you need to experience as a beautiful soul that you are. And let it go. Experience it, let it go. Move to the next position. Think of some people don't like to say positive or negative, but think of it in where you experience something that is beauty for you, instead of dwelling on something that is always a dogmatic position that drags you or takes from you. Let's put it that way. It takes your energy constantly. So everything is an energy transfer, and that particular energy, if you hold on to it, this energy transfer will suck from you, a vampire you, whatever you want to call it, will take from you until you release it unconditionally. And then once you release it, that energy goes. It leaves its position. It no longer has a tangibility, an ability to interact with your plasma. The only reason it interacts with you as a being, as a soul, is because you allow, because you need that energy at that particular moment. It's up to you. You always have a choice. And even with all these beautiful teachings, each and every one of us still has our own fears and conditions and fields that we hang on to, that we can't seem to, we need that energy source for whatever reason. And as Mr. Keshe said, some people's fear is another person's love. Some people's love is another person's hate, is another person's, could not be, but that's just a field strength. And so you have the choice to manifest freely and unconditionally what you need to experience. And as we move forward with the TV station, as we move forward as souls, and as we move forward with interactions with the universal community, we need to experience and let go of those fears, because if we suddenly change a position, and let's say we go into space, and we can create anything at any moment, if we take those fears with us, what are we going to create? That is the part of being a universal being. That is the whole point, that they don't have those manifestations, those fears all around them. They don't have this. They have pure beauty. They are pure energy sources that give just essence, the pure creation. They do not hold fields of fear. And that is for us as beings in a physical matter state on this particular planet, that we have to learn and to release. So that's what I would like to say on that. But I think if Brigitte is present, Brigitte, please open your microphone and express your feelings, or somebody else. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Dear participants, first of all, I want to thank Jedi for his impulses and his photos, and a lot of resonances there, because I experience a lot of it when I am in nature. I want to mention for myself too, the more open you are, the more you are able to sense without any filter and limitation, the more you will sense and receive, not only with seeing, but also with feelings. It's also true for me. I have a lot of photos and I can see this resonance in figures, in smiles, in hearts, whatever I am able to discover. And therefore, I often prefer to walk alone so that I can be totally present, so that I can be totally open, at one with everything as it is. And I like nature so much because there is no manipulation. Everything there is as it is. And I like the communication, which comes from the word communio. And that means being together, being united. Yeah, to be in communio, in communication, in resonance with all, whether it's water or colors or leaves or whatever it is. So, and the beauty of that attitude is experiences like butterflies are flying around you, sitting on you, while in my case, I am singing and humming. So, for example, last Friday, I went for such a tour, and I just wanted to be present and to bless Mother Earth with my steps. So as I went for 13 kilometers, that was more than 20,000 steps, blessing Mother Earth, our planet, and our universes. While in my case, taking along the Santula Kalimba, playing this instrument and humming and singing my songs, my universal songs, and just receiving also this resonance of nature. And then I came to a pond and I wanted to circle around, and then suddenly there was a man who was repairing the wheel of an old mill. And the first sentence he said, "You are in a joyful mood." And I said, yes, I think that's necessary concerning the world situation. So this is my choice, to be in a joyful mood and to focus on that, what the world needs and what I can contribute. So this I want to share with you. And then I'm at the moment looking at the balancing butterfly. I want to mention some weeks ago I came to know that there is a butterfly was produced in Keshe Foundation, and I was smiling because I have ever felt as a butterfly my whole lifetime. I have ever felt that I have to balance a lot, whether in personal situations or concerning the collective. And I think it's, again, as well as, we can build reactors, and we have built a reactor that consists of 3 balls, and they are radiating and creating this energy field. And at the same time, each of us, each human being is meant to be a reactor, is meant to be radiating energy, and hopefully joyful and sunny and lightful and warm energy. So these different possibilities. And that's because it's so late, that what I tell today. And let us be united all over the world in this attitude, and being as open, as much as possible. And concerning fear, fear may arise, but it's our choice in this decision to make a step out of this fear, to be aware, okay, oh, I am in fear. And so I just take out this step and decide to nourish another field. This strengthening field of love. So thank you. I wanted to share it with you, and let's share it and inspire other people and be grateful, always being in this attitude of being grateful for each tiny experience or joy or whatever. Also towards our organs, our heart that is beating constantly day and night, and our organs that are working. And so this is it's an attitude. And if you're in there, maybe there is this time for more and more people that they don't fall out anymore, that are constantly in this attitude. Well, so I go outside again, and I will sing again and hum again, and okay, thank you. Have a fine time, and we need that to balance. We have a lot to balance, and then if balance is reached, then there is more possible. Yes, let us allow that what seems impossible is possible in this very moment. Let this allow us say 100% yes to it. And then it can become realization. Then it can be realized what we wish from our heart. Many blessings.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Brigitte. Thank you, Marinez. I think what Brigitte just said is opened up for us all to understand. We all have our own way of experiencing our realities, or the plasma, however you want to call it. It really is. We all have our own field strength. We all have our own intentions, and those fields then interact with other fields, other plasmas constantly. It's a constant flow of interactions, and intentions and thoughts manifest and become a reality very, very quickly. And as you move into the plasma more and more, you manifest even quicker. Let me put this another way. You start to understand that you're manifesting quicker. You are constantly manifesting everything in every single moment, like this. But you become more aware of your own divinity to actually achieve this. You open up the door to an expansion of consciousness to understand that you are this beautiful being that is a creator. You are a creator, each and every one of us, and each and every plasma is a creator, constantly doing this. And whilst I was listening to the words and the speeches and the beautiful sentences that were put together, made me a conclusion that a thought came into my conscious being, that maybe humanity is having to go through, as a totality, learning about fear. So when humanity lets go of the fear, really lets go of fear, then we take another position as one. And that position I sense would be of incredible field strength of beauty, of unconditional love. And I think once humanity moves into this position and lets go on an individual, from an atom to a universe, so once we let go of the fear, we really will start creating the beauty that's all around us. And it is a choice. It's always a choice. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Anybody else have something they'd like to say at this point?
Remember the interview tonight with Mr. Keshe in Radio 1111 in 9:30 p.m. Central European Time, which means in 7 hours, more or less, 7.5 hours. Late.
Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Do we have a link for that handy? See, I think.
I copy from the Telegram and I put it in the chat.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Rick. Your workshop was lovely today, just answering to my wishes from many, many years, and I clarified many things thanks to you, Jedi, and other members of our team. It was a lovely experience.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
And lively, too.
Yes. Yeah.
A bit too lively. A bit too hot. Well, I think we kind of resolved some things, so it was good in many ways. I see the links there, Dan. Thanks. I'll put that in the live stream as well.
Perhaps Mr. Keshe is arriving a little bit later because I understand have another meeting previous, I think in the person, or I don't know what meeting, but perhaps few minutes later of 9:30.
Okay. Okay, and of course we have the Knowledge Seekers Workshop coming up at 9 a.m. Central European Time, Central European Summer Time now. And as far as I know, that'll be broadcast on the KFTV as well as the usual live stream in YouTube and Zoom room. So take your choice of where you'd like to attend, and many options now. And we're still working out some of the details with KFTV, but it looks like a go for the workshop so far as I know.
Rick, hi, it's Dean here. Sorry to interrupt you. So yeah, it will be broadcast through the TV station, and I'm going out through to the NCG, which is the TV platform that we're using, and we would love you all to be present. I'm sure that all the knowledge seekers are doing everything they can to spread this knowledge and give out these information, these links, anything that's happening in the TV station. And there are lots of the foundation works on the basis of unconditional giving, and we have developed and brought forward this plasma, which we call a TV station. There are, as I said earlier, there are teething problems. Please, no one take offence. None of it is intended in any shape or form whatsoever. It's just a learning and an experiencing process that we go through as the foundation does. We know everything good and bad is shown, and nothing is right and nothing is wrong. So we just work within the fields of creating, and we're creating a TV station that we're trying to create to give the plasma, to give the field strength out to everybody that is willing to allow this field strength to be part of their resonance, to be part of their reality. That's your choice. But the intentions are always pure, the purest of pure. And any little blemishes or mistakes, just accept them for what they are. That's what we do within the foundation. We just accept all. We do not judge. There's no judgment. It's just given freely from a condition of wanting to be present with you, wanting to give you everything for you to receive the energy that you want. So yeah, we will be broadcasting through the TV station as far as wide as to as many knowledge seekers that would love to show the beauty of their creations, which they have already started to be present doing. I've seen the cups and the reactors and the plasmas and all these creations, the thought processes, everything is a reaction. It is an energy source, and that is now being, for want of a better word, projected out further. Even though those fields are always there for everyone to experience in the matter state condition in our physical bodies, we need to see. We give this information now freely through a TV screen that can be viewed on many medias. So have joy in your heart and soul and experience the beauty. And we look forward to being present with you in those very moments, in this moment. Thank you, Rick.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Anybody else going once, going twice? Okay, I think that's it for today. We're at a record-setting 6.5 hours or something. I can't even read because my eyes are going crossed. No, 5.5 hours. This seems like 6.5. No, thank you everybody for today's interactions and inspiration and all the different emotions that occur in these somewhat intimate group settings. It's amazing how a Zoom room can stir up emotions more than perhaps even being at a cafe or some other group gathering. In any case, I'm very thankful for everything that transpires here in this group, and it's always an opportunity for a transformational experience for those that attend. And thanks to everyone that have been supporting this group for a long time now, and we'll carry on and try to bring some inspiration and knowledge as we are able. Okay, thanks everyone, and we'll see you next time around. The Knowledge Seekers Workshop, the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace, or back here at the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group, depending on where we all are. But right now we're here, and now I'm not. Bye everyone.